Okay. So on this stream, thanks for watching. Appreciate you on the YouTube. We're still on the X, and we're going to be on the other YouTube channel. So I'll see you guys there. Has someone posted it? No, they haven't. Okay, 1 second. Let me quickly post it first, so you know where to go to. And then we'll move across. Oops. Okay, so we're just getting everyone across. I'm just getting the link here to put it in the YouTube comments. Oh, brilliant! Beatrice has done it. Let's pin that. Okay, so there it is, guys. Come across there. And I'm about to end the YouTube stream on here and all the streams. Appreciate everybody listening. Appreciate all the guests that we had on. We're going to be back onto the other stream. Okay. Okay, so guys, if you're on the YouTube on the other channel now, just let me know if it's working. It's echoing. Okay, I need to. There we go. That should be better now because the mic was on. You see, after like when I do interviews, I got to put the mic on and then put the mic off. But no, why would it be echoing? That makes no sense. Because it's a different. Oh, it's probably echoing the other one, but now we ended it, so I don't need to. Okay. What about now, guys? Is it working? On the YouTube? Echoing and no chat. Wait, what? But you're chatting in there. How can you say echoing and no chat? Oh, maybe I've got the video on somewhere. No, Oh, okay, this is on this way. Okay, what about now? No echo now. Brilliant. Okay.
It's really bad echoing, Sully.
I think it's because I have the other thing on, but it should be working now.
Okay, what about now?
I think it's working now, right?
There you go.
Let me check myself. 1 second. That's weird. Okay, what about now, guys? Is it working? Let's see if it's working now. Yeah, it's working now. Just testing it. Should have looked at it myself. Okay, cool, guys. We're back on the space. Back in the conversation. Well, thanks to the church, 5,000 for the membership on the main channel as well. Appreciate you being important member of the community. Okay, lots to speak about, lots to get through. Let's get to Andrew first. Andrew, what's your thoughts about the conversation?
Again, it was outstanding. Incredible interview. Absolutely. I mean, I take Colonel Aguilar, Anthony Aguilar. He's absolutely, well, of course, they're all my favorite. I mean, but ultimately, he is, I think, the quintessential military analyst. Those folks in his came out of the profession he came out of. They're trained to do very detailed briefings, and they're trained to assess multiple aspects of any battlefield scenario involving even geopolitics, because of my involvement with both a very dear friend of mine, Green Beret, for over 20 years now, and spending hours talking to him and his father-in-law. But they really have to know geopolitics, Sully. And Anthony never really, he'll never brag on himself, but they really have to understand the battlefield scenario, the strategic aspects, tactical aspects. I mean, they have to really get down in detail. And when I hear him assess, and he's now talking about naval tactics, naval warfare processes. I'm really impressed at the way he's able to study it, because I know that he was not in the Navy, but he nailed it. I think his assessment was extraordinary. I mean, I'm learning from him. And man, the more I listen to him, the more embarrassing it is, honestly. As an American, it's embarrassing as a professional military officer, retired Navy. And I know that we're dealing with surface warfare stuff, and my most of my career was all submarine warfare. But man, if a submarine commander was given a complete disastrous, embarrassing role to do failed, that mission was failed from the beginning. And Anthony was very polite. I'm not as polite as Anthony. I wish that I had the polish he does, but I don't. I'm going to be blunt. Any military commander, and I'm glad he clarified that it was a littoral combatant ship, the Canberra. Yeah, those guys are wired for very shallow ops. That's why they really built the Zuma class, and those ships were built for that. In mine, they're multi-capable. They can do mine clearing. They can do air defense. They're pretty savvy in their sonar and anti-submarine warfare. Not the best, but they're good. And now I know why they had them in there. And here's another thing. It's so embarrassing. Gee, that's a Fifth Fleet asset. What does that mean? Well, their home was, and I use the past tense of the verb to be, was in Bahrain. Why are they no longer home? Their home is there no more. The Fifth Fleet does not exist. It does not. It does not exist. Why would I say that? Because their headquarters in Bahrain has been removed. It's gone. It's no longer there. So here's this ship now operating far further south than it's supposed to in its mission. And now it's given a failed mission to accomplish either a suicide mission or the chicken switch, meaning they're going to do we're going to just scoot up close. And now I have an understanding of what they really were doing, thanks to Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. And it's embarrassing. Come on. When you really, and it's silly, you know what I'm saying, right? When you really listen carefully to what the United States Navy mission was, I don't have words other than to say a complete disastrous embarrassment. Imagine going in harm's way. You're going to tell a merchant ship captain, hey, come on down, trust us, the water's fine, just hug the coast, which navigating a coast like that, even if you have a pilot, when I mean pilot, I don't mean air flight, but a pilot that can guide you through very treacherous shoals. Shoals mean shallow waters. You can easily run aground in there when you're hugging the coastline. Now, I don't have the fathometer or the depth charts in front of me, but I've done piloting in the intercoastal waterway navigation. I had to qualify in it to get my commission. And that's very treacherous, and it's extremely tedious. Now that pilot has to worry, and that captain has to worry about being blown out of the water or having themselves killed or hit by enemy fire. Now they're being told, oh, you can just do what we tell you, do this, now come on out, and now we'll escort you. How embarrassing. You know, Trump, you are a pathetic, most despicable, not even words to define you. And Hexeth and Admiral Cooper, I really had no respect for that man at CENTCOM. He wasn't a real man, a true man of moral courage, like his predecessor, four-star Admiral Alvin Halsey, who resigned. Admiral Halsey saw the complete shit show. He saw the exact thing, and he said he saw it happening in building in Venezuela. Admiral Halsey resigned. That's what a real man would do. That's what a true man of moral courage who loves his country, who loves his men and women. I say men, I use that generally, men, women assigned to him, his troops. He loves them. He cares for them. That's who he supports, and they will support him to death. But no, not Cooper. He's just going to be a good old boy, yes man, jump through the hoops like a little lapdog, like that despicable reprobate up there at JCS, Kane. Now we got to go down to the battlefield commander, and that's the on-scene commander, the admiral that's running that shit show. He is an embarrassment. And then ultimately the commanding officer of that ship. I really feel sorry for his crew, being told we're going to be doing this really cool op, guys. Let's go do it. It's embarrassing. And again, that morale really catches on quick. And I will stand up any day and stand against anyone on any platform and call them out if they want to support Trump. And also, Suleiman, may I say a real quick thing on that disturbing post that you posted about Marjorie Taylor Greene getting that very wicked, evil message from Trump, where Trump says if her son dies? That's the kind of man Trump really is. And people, if anyone out there votes or supports Trump, before I would always say, hey, one's personal politics, that's up to you. I mean, hey, you like this, you like vanilla ice cream, I like chocolate, whatever. But now, no, this is no longer an issue about what your political affiliation is. No, this is a moral issue. You're literally supporting a beast, an animal that is possessed and who wants to destroy America and the American way. He works, he's bought, he sold the Epstein class, the APAC war, as I love what Ryan said. So, and just to summarize here, Sully, without elaborating too long, once again, your interviews are awesome. Pepe, man, I think Pepe, you can tell when he's interviewing with you, he really enjoys, man, he could go for hours with you. And so could all of them. And the Lebanese journalist, outstanding, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, outstanding. Well done, sir. God bless you. Love you, brother. I mean, keep fighting the good fight. I don't know how you do it, Sully, but keep fighting the good fight. Please support Suleiman by his donations funding. He's working insane hours. He does not get paid for this. He's not monetized. Please also like, share, and subscribe. Can't say that enough. I'm sharing these out to everyone. Thank you, Suleiman.
Thank you, Andrew. We appreciate you. We appreciate everyone who supports, and we appreciate everyone on the YouTube community. And thank you, the Church 5000, as Suleiman said, for subscribing on both channels. Guys, I'm putting a link in the YouTube. If you'd like to support via Super Chat, that's the link, and you can help there. I love those interviews, Andrew, especially with the one with Pepe Escobar. It just seems like there's two friends chatting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It didn't feel like an interview, and you could feel that Pepe Escobar just really liked kind of, just chatting to Suleiman and sharing and bouncing thoughts of each other and things like that. It was good.
I got the same thing, Beatrice. You can really tell when an interview is going well, and then it goes with Suleiman there. It supersedes that into they enjoy each other, and it's Pepe is like, yeah, I finally have someone who I'm talking to is not illiterate or not some talking head doing, hey, can me ask you a question? No, Suleiman has extreme amount of knowledge, and Pepe loves that because Suleiman's able to go, we call it deep calling unto deep, depth going to depth, meaning let's go deep here. Let's talk, man. Let's lay it out. And Pepe's like, yeah. And then there's a bond there. Can't describe it. You know what I'm saying, right, Beatrice? You have that bond there. It's there. You can see it.
Yeah. Every time he comes on Suleiman's channel, he says, oh, we're going to meet up for that coffee soon. And I think, bloody hell, I want you to meet up for that coffee and share ideas and thoughts now and see how things are going. Hold you up. I think you were having difficulty. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, and you know what, Beatrice? And Suleiman's going to beat me up. I'm not being a simp, but you're the same way. The way you're able to engage, because you and Suleiman truly have a love and passion for humanity. You truly care when you're talking to people. It's real, and people love it when people are real and they're not some little detached, sterile. I love saying sterile in English, in British, it's sterile. And no one wants to talk to someone who's sterile and distant and cold, or just, yeah, really. And the Brits can be that way. But you are able, by God's grace, and Suleiman, it's where you're able to lend, and I hear this from your subscribers and from our moral resistance, you're able to lend, you put your heart into it. And again, I'm not going to go over this again. I don't want to keep saying this over and over again. That's what captured, for example, my daughter's heart listening to your story about Lebanon. Then she heard your story about, especially in Gaza when you went there. It captures people. They go, wow, you really do care. You're not just talking the talk. You put your heart into it. And that's what people love. That's what people connect with. And that love is there. In this moral resistance, in that, we stand in that. And it's
We
real.
are the moral resistance,
Yes.
Andrew.
Yes, yes. And everywhere you go, people say, including me, hey, Beatrice, hey, Suleiman, when you're ever in the U.S., man, you've got to come and visit. Even Gary Cardone said, come on, Sully, come on over for a barbecue. When I drove to Gary's compound, the guards wouldn't let me in, so I was not happy about that. But Gary's telling Suleiman, the door's open. When you talk to Doc's like, come on over. You and Suleiman, Beatrice, have open invitations all over the world. It must be nice anywhere you go, but truly anywhere you go, you're more than welcome. Would love. Wouldn't that be awesome if the moral resistance could someday we could have a rendezvous, a what do you call it? When you all meet together.
A reunion.
Thank you. I'm learning English is my second language.
Wait.
Yeah, we
I'm
could.
back. I'm back. Wait a second. I'm just seeing some propaganda on the space.
No.
There's going to
We're
be a
going to have
meetup.
it in West London, Andrew. We're going to have it on West London. Everyone can come to West London.
Yeah.
You need to come to Bayswater. Bayswater.
What? Listen,
We'll,
Come
we'll,
to
listen.
we'll do it.
Bayswater.
We'll do it around there, Hoss, because it's easier for us.
Yep, come to Bayswater. We'll go to a lovely Iranian restaurant. I'll get you all fed.
Is
Be no
everybody
problem
gonna
at all.
Is everybody gonna be given sub vests?
No, everyone will get what's it called? Korma sabzi. We can have reime polo. We can have chola kebab.
Hoss, he's saying, are we
And
going to
I'll
have
pick up the
stab?
bill. I'll pick
Hoss,
up
he's
the bill.
asking
Wow.
if we're going to have stab vests because he's coming to London. That's what he's
Oh no,
saying.
it's okay. You can leave the stab vest wherever you are. We're fine. We're not going to be going near the Pahlavi people. That's what they do. So don't worry. That's what they did to my friend, in fact.
But
I'm
Hassan,
actually,
everywhere Sully goes, Sully and Beatrice, they're welcome all over the
Andrew, you're
world.
welcome as well, mate. If you come to
Oh,
London,
all right,
you DM me. I'll send you my number. You can come to my house, mate. I'll get my mother to make you some homemade Iranian food. That will cheer you up.
Would
There you
love
go.
to, brother. Would love to. I'll send you mine too. You're welcome here. I'll give you some good old Vietnamese food. But no, would love
I
to.
love
Seriously.
Vietnamese food, mate. I love Thai and Vietnamese food.
I love Thai, but you know when I went to Vietnam, there's too much veggies, bro. There's too much veggies. You know, because
Oh,
You're not ordering the right food, bruv.
you're not eating the right food, Sully. You got to
You're
eat
not
food.
ordering
Get
the right
done.
food, bruv. Just order it with loads and loads of beef and prawns.
yeah. In the UK we do.
Yeah.
Vietnam is harder to find the right spots, but yeah.
If you guys ever want to go to Vietnam, I can hook you up there. And then Pepe will hook Suleiman up. Sully's got VIP treatment down in Thailand. I mean, you guys, everywhere you go, and of course, Beatrice is going to get the
No
royal
way. Beatrice is
treatment.
not part of the moral resistance, though. She's
Well, Suleiman,
I am the moral resistance.
she
yeah,
is.
we're not letting her in. Okay, let me give you some more breaking news. Bring the conversation. As soon as I give Beatrix it becomes like a chit chat. And I
I just want to say one thing before you go to breaking news. What Hoss and Andrew was saying about you, Andrew, Hoss, I need you to understand this. When Suleiman says too many veggies, the average person who's not a vegetarian can kind of adapt to occasionally having a vegetarian meal. The very first time I met Suleiman, we went to a vegetarian restaurant. That guy was so upset that he couldn't get meat. He played around a little bit with the food, didn't eat a thing, left the restaurant, put him on a space that night, and gave chapter and verse on the space about what torment he had to go through. So no vegetarian for him, seriously. But anyway, back to you, Suleiman.
Yeah. So Trump on oil prices. Now to bring the conversation back to professionalism. Trump on oil prices. He says everybody was wrong. They thought energy would be $300. It's at like 100, and I think it's going to go down. There's a lot of energy out there on ships all over the world that are loaded up with it. They can't do much with it because they got kidnapped by a pretty evil place. But we're taking care of it. When I get when he goes, when I get out of office, let's say 8 or 9 years from now, that's hilarious. That's just a trigger Dems. But he also said Trump says his war in Iran is a military operation, a little detour, and it works out very, very nice. Right after he called it a military operation, he slips up and calls it a war again. He says he's leading against China. He says we have auto plants being built all over the country and we're leading China in AI. I'm going to see President Xi in 2 weeks and I look forward to that. But I'll say I'm leading. We have a very friendly competition. So yeah, that's him acting a bit. What can we say about that? Him acting like himself, basically. Let's see what else we've got. Okay, let me read these super chats. Let me refresh this so I can actually get it up. I need to put the YouTube stream out. Okay, Philosophy says, what's going on in Trump's world? Long live Iran. Well, there's a war going on. The UAE has been bombed. The Trump has started his Project Freedom. A lot's going on. A lot of breaking. Also, Habiba, thank you for the super chat. And then Frank Jabba says Vietnamese food is better than America. No, it's Vietnamese food is better in America. Yeah, that's kind of. No, wait a sec. No, I think Japanese food is better in Japan. So, but Vietnamese food, I've not had it in the US, so I can't say. Okay. Appreciate that. Okay, back into the conversation. Let me just quickly. Wait a sec. Where is it? I'm going to give you some more because Trump's making some statements right now. Just go the holistic points of what he's saying. Here we go. Oh, that's a lot he's saying. Okay. Okay, here we go. He goes, thanks to these pre-growth policies, our economy is roaring and factory construction is way up. Consumer confidence is way up. Nobody can believe it. Nobody can believe the $18 trillion, that number that we gave you. Somebody says, will AI take our jobs? They said it's going to take jobs. Maybe a little, but it's going to create a lot of jobs. And did you know that more people are working in the United States right now than ever before? That's the end of that argument. He says, I could, with one swipe of the pen, say, let's have no employment. So why not do it then? Trump says the negative numbers on the war with Iran are fake polls. Fake news, he says they are. Fake news indeed. According to him, in his world. Let me see what else we've got. I think in terms of the poll, it says 32% are against me, but if you ask should Iran have nukes, it wouldn't be at 32%. But even if it was, the polls are totally fake. Which is hilarious. US Navy claim that they're destroying Iranian small boats, but we've got no visual evidence of this other than their claims. The $1 million question is, what is the UAE gonna do? The UAE, what is it gonna do? It was hit on multiple. When we say the UAE, we mean East Israel. East Israel was hit. It was hit hard. And the question mark becomes, what will they do? How will they respond? Fujairah port was hit. Jebel Ali port was hit. Sorry, Fujairah refinery was hit. All of these areas were significantly hit, and the question mark becomes, what can they do to respond? Actually, Hussein, You're back up. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts? You're from the region, in a way. You're from all the different parts. You're like connected to this war in many ways. What's
Yeah.
your thoughts about a UAE? What they're gonna do?
So what I'll say to you is this: I've been listening and watching the news that's coming out of Iran, and more and more information is coming out about the complicity of actual aircraft, UAE aircraft, taking part in attacks against Iran. These weren't known at the time, but more and more news is coming out that they were directly involved in doing that. So I think this may be, in fact, a way of Iran saying, we've decided, seeing as you were an active participant in the war against us and you weren't someone who was a neutral person. Because if you remember, Sully, that the Iranians said, we don't have a problem with anyone other than the ones that have got the military bases, and we're only targeting your military bases. We're not targeting anything else. So if you're, for instance, we attack an American base in Dubai or in UAE or anywhere in the UAE, and then you're taking those American soldiers and harboring them in your hotels, and then those American soldiers are going to be used in future attacks or helping to, you know, control a HIMARS system that is used to launch attacks into Iran, then don't expect us to remain neutral with you. The UAE has been the one country that's been absolutely belligerent towards Iran and has turned around and thrown its lot in with Israel more than the others. The others are trying to basically not be as belligerent as the UAE. So I think this is Iran's way of saying, you've chosen this path for yourself. Well, these are the consequences of it. And quite frankly, I think I've said it earlier, and I'm going to say it to your audience now. I look at UAE as the country that has normalized Israel in the area with the Abraham Accords. They were the first to sign it. They're also the second largest lobby financially in the USA when it comes to foreign lobbies, and they have lobbied or are paying for groups in Britain and in Europe to increase the level of Islamophobia, as in, like, they are trying to warn people about, you got to watch out for Muslims, and they're a Muslim country. And this is all part of a coordinated, uh, you know, policy of the Israeli, you know, foreign office or whatever. They've got a special unit, and they're trying to get people at each other's throats in Europe. And it's not anything other than an operation to make Muslims look as bad as possible. So as far as I'm concerned, as far as, you know, anyone is concerned, when you're acting on behalf of, you know, Israel, and you're actually attacking Muslims, then you don't deserve to be treated like a Muslim brother, which is what all the other nations are looked at. And you're actively taking part in conflicts and helping and aiding the enemy, not because, you know, a lot of these other countries have turned around and said, look, we had the military bases there because we can't do anything about them. And a lot of them are thinking about going, like, "Do you know what? We don't need these military bases because they're not protecting us. All they seem to be doing is protecting Israel as best as they can, and it's not worth our while." The UAE is actually an active member in the conflict. So with that in mind, I think it needs to be treated much in the same way as we treated the Americans in the region. A zero tolerance of their existence, zero tolerance of their military capacity, and a zero tolerance of their attitude, because it might embolden other people to think it's okay. So they need to be punished in such a way that other people turn around and say, actually, we don't want to bring our head up above the parapet because it's just not worth it. You know, and it's really, people need to understand, it's very easy to destroy things. It's really hard to rebuild things. And the UAE is not a lot of it. And it's very easy to destroy. And they have spent, I don't know how much money to build Dubai up, to build Abu Dhabi up, to be all of these capital cities with maybe $1 trillion worth of construction. And it can all be destroyed without any problems at all. And the UAE is going to become a very backward nation in no time at all. And I really do hope that the other Emirates within this Emirates system, the 7 Emirates, turn around and say, you know what, we don't want to be in the UAE. We'd rather be in a UAE without Abu Dhabi, because Abu Dhabi is the main problem here. They are Mohammed bin Zayed is the main instigator and problem maker, and he's the one that has normalized everything and bullied the other 6 nations into a compliance with this Abraham Accords. But those countries, those other emirates within the United Arab Emirates, cannot survive without the oil money that the UAE is getting from Abu Dhabi. So they're caught. They're captured. I just hope that the other emirates will turn around and say, you know what, the time is done. And if you listen to the last message that was given out by the Iranian, what's it called? The messaging that's coming out. The messaging is, we hope that the Arabs in the country decide what's going to happen. As in, they are saying that maybe it's time for you guys to reject Abu Dhabi as your leader, because I don't think there's going to be much of Abu Dhabi left or that royal family, and there really shouldn't be because of the way they're behaving towards everyone else. I mean, Sully, how many wars have they actually supplied money for, forces for? Was it Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Yemen, Libya? Pretty much they're like the extra hand that Israel has got that gives it cover so that they can go and do these things in Muslim countries and bring chaos to regions. In Syria as well. They're just the agents of chaos here. That's what they are. The UAE or East Israel are agents of chaos on behalf of Israel. That's the way I look at it, and I've got no sympathy whatsoever for Abu Dhabi. I do have sympathy for Fujairah. I do have sympathy for Sharjah. They're not the same kind of people. If you've gone to the if you have gone to the UAE before, you'll understand what I mean. It's not the same. They're not the same kind of people at all. I've got to take a phone call. I'll be right back.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said there, though. The Emiratis are just much, much worse. And they're in bed with America in a much more significant manner, more than everyone else. That being said, I mean, it's going to be interesting what happens next. It's interesting what transpires. Let me give you some more of the news. Just before I do, guys, there is a tweet in the nest. It is my Substack. Make sure you're following the Substack. Support our work. We're like ranked 63, I think, in Rising. We've just been posting a little bit more on Substack, and we're growing. So give us some support. We don't get any support. It's hard to fight against the Zionist regime. Rely on your support, and yeah, Substack is a way you can be, you can join for free. You can be a subscriber. So go there and subscribe to our channel and show us some support. We're rising and we're posting stuff out there. Especially if we get banned here, we need to be able to be on other platforms to be able to do so, just in case something happens. That being said, let's get back into the conversation. What am I doing here? Okay. Okay. Now, the attack on Fujairah, we're getting mixed accounts. Some are saying, because Iran said this, they said Iran had no pre-planned intention to attack Fujairah oil facilities. The incident resulted from US military adventurism to create an illegal passage through restricted areas of the Strait of Hormuz. US must be held accountable. Now, some people are interpreting that as like false flag, and they didn't really do it. Others are saying that actually, no, what it means is that this was saying that, look, if US was to do the action they did on the Strait of Hormuz, then there would be escalation, and the escalation would be what is that basically UAE would be hit. So there's a few ways of looking at it. I think it's more likely that it is a situation where Iran did hit it, but said to UAE that, look, if you do X, then Y will happen. If you do Y, then Z will happen. And part of X and Y is going to the Strait of Hormuz. So,
Sully, let me
yeah,
jump in and say something to you.
yeah.
So there was a thing that was said by the UAE, like 4 drones were seen, 3 were taken, three went through, 1 was taken down and dropped into the water. And there is a absolute piss take And the piss take is, by the Iranians is like, yeah, you stopped everything. And the fourth one that dropped in the water, and they've got a video of Fujairah on fire. So it's the Iranians that have done it. It's not like anything else. I don't know what to tell you. And then, as I understand it as well, there may be a new launch that might be happening quite this evening, because I think they've got to the point where the Americans have said that they are going to get ships out using their navy, their destroyers. And I think the Iranians are at the point where they've said, it's enough is enough, and it is Iranians that have done this. Iran did do this, so, and that's just from my friends and my connections in Iran that I can say that to you. Okay, it's not like we'll wait for the official thing to come out, but from my own personal friends in the government, that's what they've said. They're taking the piss out of the fact that they've said we dropped one into the sea, as in like we didn't drop one in the sea, we dropped it on Fujairah.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I'm hearing the same thing. I'm hearing that it was Iran, and what Iran means is that it's because of the US actions on the Strait of Hormuz that have caused this escalation, as opposed to, because a lot of people are tweeting and saying false flag, but I don't think it's false flag. Also, guys, we got some breaking news. The breaking news is allegedly we have to say this all the time now. US Secret Service say one person was shot by law enforcement near Washington Monument, with the White House briefly placed on lockdown. So someone was shot in the White House as they were trying to get in. So someone was shot outside the White House near Washington Monument, and then the White House was locked down. So just that was some of the news. I don't think it impacted the news that much because no. Okay, so
Probably just a tourist, to be honest. Poor guy or girl.
bro, no way. What are you saying, my blood?
Matrix.
That's crazy, bro. These chicks are crazy, blood. Okay, the U.S. Treasury says it expects to borrow 185 billion in the second quarter, 79 billion higher than in its February estimate, mainly due to lower than expected net cash flow. So that's not looking good for the US Treasury as well. The debt's gonna, I guess, how soon, the question is, how soon will the debt hit 40 billion? It seems like it won't take long at all. Hosen, I did have a question for you, which is when you look at, I saw Douglas McGregor put out a tweet, but I think he's deleted it. He's the best at clickbait. He's the best clickbaiter I know. But anyway, he said allegedly, but he deleted it now. But he was saying that there's going to be some kind of Arab alliance that's going to work together to attack Iran, and that his sources told him that. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's up to them. As well as I do that the power that the air power that America is able to unleash with the support of Israel, which is the second biggest air power near enough when we're talking about this region, and they were able to damage all the targets they wanted to target, and they had a bank of targets. They did them. They did destroy them. It's all been getting repaired. I don't know what the Arab alliance is going to do. What are they going to be able to add to the bank of targets that have run out now for the Israelis and the Americans? The only thing they can do is attack the infrastructure, at which point Iran has said, your infrastructure, and I'm talking about the gas and oil and terminals and stuff like that. But that would be the doomsday scenario that no one wants to see happen because it will affect the planet. I'm not worried in any way, shape, or form about what Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, or one of the other countries will be able to bring to bear. They don't have a standing armed force like an army or anything that is able to do anything. The majority of the Saudi Arabian army is made up of Pakistani recruits and Pakistani soldiers. They don't have a fighting force. They're not experienced in fighting. I mean, the Saudi forces went into Yemen and had their asses handed to them by Yemenis. how are they going to be able to do anything on the ground? And to be honest with you, they'll have to go through Iraq. And I don't think they've got the capacity or the ability to even go past the borders of Iraq without suffering absolute devastation. Because, you know, the war has changed. War is no longer how many tanks you've got. War is how asymmetric your capacity to bring the pain. And the pain that's been brought is now just brought with drones. They don't have a drone force. They don't have any of that stuff. They're incapable of changing because they're in the old philosophy of, you know, the old war styles between the United States wanting to defeat Russia. But, you know, the world has changed from after the Ukraine 2022 till today. It's just drones. What do they have? Where's their capacity to build things? And as I said to you, Iran has ramped up so much building up of drones, Shahed drones. They've had to stop because they don't have any more space. You know, there's no more warehousing space, and for all of the stuff they've already got. I'm not talking about ballistic. I'm not talking about the hypersonic missiles. So those are still being made underground and whatever else, and are being replaced. But they're a lot slower to do than the Shahed. And the Shahed is actually the mainstay and power of the Iranian, what's it called, aerospace team. That's what they use to swarm and devastate things. And there's no answer. There is no answer for that well, no country has been able to stop it. Not the Ukrainians have been able to do it. Not the Israelis have been able to stop it. They can't win. Good luck to them. Let them come, because it'll make life a lot easier for us instead of having to piss around with being Mr. Nice Guy about it. If they start it, you know as well as I do that Iran will end it.
There's something I want to say, Hos, not related to what you've just said, but something you mentioned before. I think it's really important for our audience. You're talking about the UAE and you mentioned the Abraham Accords, right?
East Israel.
East Israel, East Israel, okay. And back in the day before the genocide, anytime like on the old maga spaces, Doc will remember this, and also just on general geopol kind of chill spaces. I used to get people from the West, mostly Americans, obviously, because like our following is mostly American, come up always and say, "Oh, but peace in the Middle East is possible. Look, President Trump did it. He signed the Abraham Accords. That's all about the peace plan." And I think it's really important because when you mentioned it about the UAE, you're spot on, by the way. But it's important to point out to our listeners who may not be aware, and it's okay if you're not actually, to be honest, because it was quite a while ago, and we kind of pick up things and we forget things as we go on. But the Abraham Accords was never about peace in the Middle East. It definitely, look, the Middle East problem is Israel and its terrorism, okay? It's terrorism against Lebanon, it's terrorism against the Palestinians, it's terrorism in Syria, it's terrorism in Yemen, excuse me, and its partners it works with. And it's terrorism across the region, right? I mean, I can go on and on, Iran, all of the countries. The Abraham Accords was nothing to do with that. It was a business deal. It was a business deal that Trump and his son-in-law and those guys did. And I think Morocco was part of it. So the UAE signed it first, then Bahrain, then Morocco, and then Sudan. And this was in 2020. And it was just business transactions. And what they were saying is that these countries had normalized with Israel in order to do this business deal. I'm simplifying it, and I'll pass the mic to Hoz in a second. And because they'd normalized with Israel, Trump dressed that up as we can bring peace to the Middle East. We can bring peace to the Middle East, and this is how we're going to do it, by doing business transactions like this. And before October the 7th, before the genocide, they put a lot of pressure on the other GCC countries to say, we need an Abraham Accords Part 2. We're going to call it that. You're going to normalize. We're going to do everything. It's just business transactions. It doesn't actually restrict, limit Israel in any way. It doesn't condemn the terrorism. It doesn't stop the funding of arms to Israel or military aid to Israel. It doesn't condemn the breaches of if there's anything left of international law, it doesn't actually call out a genocide or take any action on genocide. It's just business deals. That's what Abraham Accords was Trump filling his pockets, Trump and his family filling their back pocket with money. And similar to what's happening now, exactly what's happening now. Only they can't give it that label now, but at that time they gave it Abraham Accords. We're doing peace in the Middle East. Actually, he's just done a bunch of business transactions for him and his family. America didn't even benefit from them. But yeah, Hoz, I'm glad you mentioned that. Back to you.
So what I'll say to you about the Abraham Accords, the Abraham Accords was a way of normalizing the Palestinians out of existence, because what Netanyahu actually said at the time was, and this is what he actually said. He goes like, we don't need to make a deal with the Palestinians. We can make a deal with all the Arab worlds, and that was their way of trying to normalize the removal of Palestinians from the history of the land. Why did Yahya Sinwar decide to go for the operation that he went for in 2023? Because it was a molecule away from Saudi Arabia coming to terms and going to a deal with Israel and becoming. And if the lodestone of Saudi Arabia made a deal with Israel, that would be the end of Palestine as a state. That would be the end of it. And the thing you got to realize is, like Malik Faisal, he was the king of Saudi Arabia, and just before in the 1970s, before the 1960s. Every time there was anything that happened to Palestine, okay, he was the one that instigated the the oil embargo on the United States. He stood up for the Palestinian people. He was the last proper Saudi Arabian king that stood up for the Palestinian people. All those after them did not do the same things that Malik Faisal did. And that's the difference. And Mohammed bin Salman would have made a deal and he wouldn't have destroyed the Palestinians, but he'd have made life an absolute misery for them, because it would normalize relations. Then you may end up having, you know, what you see in Dubai, which is loads of people who are from Israel coming over there, people from the UAE going over there, and it changes the dynamic of things. And you got, like, for instance, like Kuwait, still to this day, Kuwait Airlines will not allow any Israeli to get on any plane to anywhere on their airlines. If you've got an Israeli passport, you can't get in. If Saudi Arabia end up normalizing, Kuwait would have to as well. And that is why we had what we had in October 23, because there's no way that the Palestinians are going to go quietly into the night. And their attitude is, so we're going to get deleted off the world. Do it then. Do it and pay the price. And the price that has been paid by Israel is the fact that they are rejected by the world. Everyone hates Israelis. There is no nation that's as hated as much as the Israelis are hated right now. There is no, second to them at the moment is actually America, because of their support for this genocide, because of their support for, or the unequivocal support to Israel. And the world has changed. The world has changed in the sense that it cannot allow this to happen anymore. And there is no way that Israel can come back from this. And I was saying it early on in the space, and unfortunately it may sound like a broken record, but Israel is dying. It's like a guy that's been shot in the heart, in the arm, in the leg, and is bleeding out and somehow thinks he's still alive. You're going to die. And it has to die because of what it stands for. It stands for genocide. It stands for the murder of men, women, and children en masse. You can't be a state like that and be a part of the international world order and be allowed to get away with this. And because you have the power in the halls of power in America, in Europe, in France, Germany, Britain, and whatever else, you have been able to get away with it. But the people in these countries are rejecting you. And the people in Britain have got an opportunity on the 7th of May to actually reject the Labour Party, Reform Party, and the Tories, who all three of them
Okay,
are in bed.
Hoz.
Oh, no,
Don't make this a
I know
party.
what you're
No, no, no,
saying.
no. Listen. We're really against any UK politics being mentioned on our
Okay,
stage. Any. What I
I'm
will say
just,
to you is, if Israel is dying, I want a front row seat at that freaking funeral.
you're there.
Literally,
You're there.
right?
You're leading it. You're leading it. So is Sully. Both of you have got front and center seat because you're giving all the news of of everything that's happening. I didn't mean to take it to British politics, but I was just saying it's a rejection of the Israeli hegemony through these what are they? They are the legacy parties that need to
Yeah,
go. It's the same in Germany. That's why the German right is going up right now, and that's why France is not going to have the same thing as well. Things are changing, and we are all going to be, because of our vote, going to be able to reject Israel, and we'll hopefully be able to change things. We're still not going to be able to break the media stranglehold they've got on the BBC, on Sky News, because, and obviously every legacy newspaper is owned by people who are working hand in hand with these people, absolutely hand in hand with it. That's my my experience in Britain. I'm pretty sure it's the same in other European places. While they're able to
across the
brainwash
Western
people,
world, Hos. It's across the Western. Oh, well, it's
well,
across a lot of
yeah,
the
I
world, not just the
yeah,
West, even.
I agree with you. I just can't comment it because I can't 100% say exactly what's happening in other countries, but I can see it in America and I can definitely see it in Britain. So I just want this to come to an end quicker so we can have less people dying and less of this Epstein people getting away with what they're getting with. And the world needs to change to a better place. And it'll be a better place without Israel in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Let me give some statements. So the Secret Service has made a statement about the alleged shooter. He says U.S. Secret Service personnel are on the scene of an officer-involved shooting at 15th Street and Independence Avenue in Washington, D.C. One individual was shot by law enforcement. Their condition is currently unknown. Please avoid the area as emergency crews respond. We also have okay, so we also have the statement from Ali Akbar Ahmadine. He is the representative of Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei in the Civil Defense Council, and he had to say the following. He said, American pirates who have taken the world's shipping and energy security hostage should know that complex asymmetric operations in the field will change the equation in such a way that the cost of the operation will exceed their threshold of tolerance. This is not a warning, but rather a part of reality. Okay, we got a statement from Saudi. Let me just quickly get that up. I just seen it. The statement from Saudi.
Who are they going to condemn?
That's obvious. Come on.
They're condemning it again? Oh,
Mohammed
no.
bin Salman called the UAE president after Iran struck Fujairah oil zone and started a major fire. He publicly condemned the attacks as unjustified and pledged his full support for the UAE. That's the entire Gulf bloc basically uniting together. So,
But he didn't mention Iran. That's interesting, isn't it?
what do you mean?
Well, he condemned the attack, but he didn't say the Iranian attack.
There was actually, wasn't there a full statement by Saudi?
I don't know.
Let me find it. Oh boy, keep bringing people up, but they keep dropping.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
there's a big
space is
glitch in this
really
space.
glitched, mate. Yeah, I mean, I had to shut the phone down completely and restart it and come back in two times I kept trying to connect. You're struggling with this space.
Yeah, they've really targeted the space a lot. This is why we require you guys to retweet, reshare, let everybody know we're live, and also we're streaming on YouTube. Although I haven't put the link out, I need to, because yeah, they're targeting quite badly. Let's go to Gigi in the meantime. Gigi, go ahead, jump in.
Hi, good afternoon, Suleiman. I just wanted to tell you that all day I've been cutting off. I was on the panel in the morning and I was cut off. I used my husband's phone. I was cut off. Same with I mean, there is something, I think they're targeting, at least in Canada. I've been coming and going and I couldn't hear you. So it's unfortunate. They're targeting I'm sure the real news. That's what they always do. they have killed 130 journalists. I really hope that you are all well, you and Beatrice and everyone that are working so hard. I appreciate you, and I think you're doing an amazing job. Just wanted to tell you that it's really hard in Canada today, where I am, to be on this space continuously. Even now, 2 minutes ago, I got in, you give me the mic, and I cut off. So it's never happened before. Just wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, Gigi, thanks for that. Very kind of you to let us know that. Yeah, they are unfortunately targeting the space quite a bit. And actually, there isn't like an official statement from Saudi. I'm looking now. This is just like people relaying some points, and I don't even think that's been verified. So take that with a grain of salt. Let's go to appreciate what you said there, Gigi, as well. And yeah, unfortunately, they are targeting the space, and so if you guys are having problems with listening to the space, let me put the link out. We are live on YouTube as well, and that's the big reason we do go live on YouTube on the other channel is because is because of that reason. So let me put it out. In the meantime, let's go to Nina. Nina, jump in.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for holding this space, Suleiman and Beatrix. Great to see you, Andrew, Haas, everyone. Yeah, I wanted to hop on to what Haas was talking about regarding the Abraham Accords. I mean, I think it's really important to keep in mind that these are decisions made at the highest levels with absolutely zero consultation of the people. And I was just reading that 76% of Saudi respondents are very much against the Abraham Accords. They're, you know, they there's a there's a lot of opposition to this potential agreement, and in fact, the majority believe that Arab nations should cut off ties with Israel altogether. And in Morocco's case, it is tied. These agreements are really tied with security concerns, especially with respect to the Moroccan Sahara. But yeah, people have gone out on the streets and uh, demonstrated their opposition, and they are led to do that because I think Morocco is smart enough to realize that it's important to let the anger to give a people allow them to let off steam, to let out steam, in other words. And also, I think it's so good for international media optics. But people in these countries have little to no say, and most of them are very pro-Palestine. In fact, the majority of them are extremely pro-Palestine, and denounce what their countries are doing in terms of their rapprochement with Israel. So I just wanted to throw that in there so we do not forget that there's a clear divide between what the elites, what the governing heads, their interests versus the people's desire to remain steadfastly on the side of humanity, on the side of Palestinians, and also the fear that any attachment to Israel is a potential risk to their sovereignty, to their because there's a lot of infiltration that goes on. But anyway, I've already used up enough time, and thank you very much for letting me speak.
Sudi, can I just ask her a very quick question? Nina, did you lose your account?
Yes, my dear friend, I was hacked. I fell for that silly,
Oh,
what was it
okay.
that ploy where one of the people you follow and like asked you to vote for them for some, I forget what it was, and I
Yeah,
of
I
course
got.
I wanted to help my,
I think
but
people should be warned about that. Yeah.
yes, I think we all should be warned. And had I heard of it prior to clicking, I mean, the ex help desk has been no help at all. So yes, I lost it, and I opened a new one, but thank you very much for noticing, Haz. I really appreciate that. And it's so wonderful to listen to you all the time, including Andrew. Thank you. And yeah, I rarely, almost never speak on this platform, but thanks very much. I appreciate it.
No worries, my darling. I'm sorry a lot that you've lost your account as well. So sorry.
Thank you.
No worries.
It's not over. It's not the most important thing in the world. Here I
I know
am.
you're a fighter. I know you're a fighter.
I'm here
That's
with
why I
you
follow
all.
you.
Bless you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead, Andrew. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, I talk about Suleiman space here. I literally have had to completely do a factory reset on my phone, complete factory reset, everything. And one day, I think the record is, I think 8, 9 times got kicked out. So it's crazy. I'm really sorry.
So we have got a statement from Trump where he said to ABC, let me get it back up, Flip. I put the phone away. And it's hilarious. Bro, this is what I keep telling these Gulf Arabs. You're not about that life. They see you as beneath them. You're like lower than you're like beneath the foot of the United States of America, who's under the foot of Israel. So this is what Trump had to say. This is hilarious. Trump says Iran has not violated the ceasefire. He says, quote, Iran hasn't violated the ceasefire. They only shot a few missiles, most of which were shot down. Very little damage. So he's saying the attack on the UAE hasn't violated the ceasefire. What's your thoughts on that? Anybody?
I can't stop laughing.
They gotta realize they're not Israel. They gotta realize they're not Israel. When are they
Oh,
gonna
dear.
realize that?
Oh my God.
Hilarious.
But I think it's pretty clear that he is still trying to look for an exit ramp. Say that. That's crazy.
Silly. This is slightly off topic, but it'll literally be 30 seconds. You know the stabbing that took place last Wednesday of the two Jewish people in Golders Green? The guy that actually helped keep the guy in a supermarket shop till the police arrived was actually an Iranian guy, a guy called Asadian. So we're not really hearing about this guy because it doesn't suit the narrative. Because if you imagine like the guy in Bondi Beach was an Arab that saved the day, this was an Iranian, and they were trying to blame the IRGC for the stabbing, and it was an Iranian guy that attacked the guy while he knifed the old Jewish guy and let the old Jewish guy escape because of him. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because I find it hilarious that they're going to try and blame Iranians, and the Iranian was the one that stepped in and stopped him from killing the old Jewish victim. Anyway, back to Iran, everyone.
No, that's good to know because I'm guessing Shmuli probably bring it up tomorrow in the debate, so that'll be a good comeback to say to him. So I'm glad you told me that. I wasn't aware. So let's go to Imran. Imran, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts about the war, Iran war. Imran?
Imran, don't be one of these weirdos who comes up on the panel and doesn't speak. I knew it. I knew the minute I checked his profile. I thought, I bet it's going to be one of those weirdos.
He's got glasses on. He's a bit busy at the moment. It's a bit sunny where he is. Just give him a minute, and I'm sure he'll get his breath. Cat, got your tongue, Imran? Imran John, harf bizan.
Bottom right hand side, bottom left hand side. Unmute your mic, Imran. Otherwise, I'm going to drop you, and I ain't bringing you up again ever.
Imran, bolo yar.
Right, we're going to drop him.
Yeah, let's go to live one. Live one, jump in.
Yeah, thank you. So, Suleiman, what do you think? Osama bin Laden, this is his dream. American military bases being closed. You know, it's amazing. So I put in the purple pill there a list of what was in the United Arab Emirates and why it was a target. Now, of course, these things need to be fact checked, but this is what what my first search results turned up. The U.S. military aircraft in the UAE, there were F-22 Raptors, F-35A Lightning IIs, F-15 Eagles, F-15E Strike Eagles. There were U-2 Dragon types of aircraft, extender aircraft, E-3. The list goes on. Anyway, they're not there anymore. And quite a lot of other bases have been, God, obliterated. Look who's obliterated now. So wouldn't you say, in a way, Osama bin Laden, this is his dream?
Well, I don't know, because wasn't he like anti-Iran?
I guess I really don't know, to tell you the truth. The parts that I am aware of were that his main three problems with the West were American military bases in Muslim holy lands, and number two, American support for tyranny in the Muslim lands, supporting dictators, and the third being the unqualified support for Israel. Specifically on where bin Laden, and I don't know. That's a straight up answer. I'll try and check that out, learn my history.
Well, I know the bin Laden family was very entrenched with the American intelligence services. If you remember, if you see my interview with Larry Johnson yesterday, he had a friend who was well aware of the bin Laden's connections to the 1995 bombing, and because it was the bin Laden family and they were so linked to American intelligence, they basically they basically hid it. But yeah, so I don't think this is any kind of win for bin Laden. I don't even agree with the guy's ideology at all. I think he's an extremist. Anyway, let's go to Myro.
Hello, Suleiman. Excuse me, my English is not perfect, but I'm from Poland and I see like lots of things. For me, what's the strangest things that everything is regarding, Israel, Iran, and people do not understand, Aliyah, Holocaust, what was happened. For example, you are interested in geopolitics. Do you know what was reason for war in Second War in Poland? What was reason that Poland was attacked by Germany, Soviet, Slovakia, Ukraine, Belarus, basically all countries are around. Have you think about this? And basically the same time. Iran was attacked by Soviet Union and UK as well. So I see like lots of coincidences to compare, to Second War, what's going on just now. But the question for you: have you think why Poland was attacked for so many neighbor?
Yeah, it's not really a Poland space though, Myro. It's Iran space. You know what I mean? Like Middle East geopolitics. What's your thoughts on what's happening in the Middle East?
Oh yeah, so basically, I think that everything is about oil and everything about the oil routes, and what I see, because I was analyzing, all genocide. So what I see that lots of happens, Armenia, Chechnya, Ukraine, Poland. So I think that would be like future Crimea. So I think that's the future oil routes, and I think we should analyze, what really happens during Second War, because it's everything the same. Also, I wanted to point that during Second War, that coal was very important, and reason for Second War was synthetic fuel. That's very interesting topic. I think so, because China is doing synthetic oil just now, basically is at the same level as Nazi Germany during 1943. So my point is, yeah, oil, coal, is very important, and so that genociding. So basically, all those genocide follow, oil routes, oil, coal. That's yeah. Back to you. Excuse me, my English is not perfect.
No, your English is good, Myro. I appreciate you and I appreciate your perspective. So thank you very much for coming up and saying that.
Miro, your English is good, buddy. Don't worry. Keep talking.
Yeah, your English is good. Your English is good. What's your take on it then, live on? You just came up with this Osama bin Laden stream, but what's your take on what's happening in the Middle East?
Is someone
I'm
talking?
sorry. No, I only could hear you right now. Well, I don't want to pretend I heard you exactly. Could you please refresh the
I said,
question?
what's your take on what's happening in the Middle East? I know you talked about like Osama bin Laden and stuff, what his perspective was. What's your perspective on what's happening?
Well, I think about the airtight vacuum of accurate information, the difficulty of getting it. I know a couple of people over in Iran. I have a very hard time. At any rate, I think that's really grotesque what's happening here in the United States. And here's the odd thing. I think I know some people say, well, I hope Iran just is able to prosper and triumphant and wins this war. And then you think, do you really want to be the person cheering with the hardship and the potential death, the life and death situation of other people? So I have my ears pinned back. There's thoughtful conversation here. I think it's cool to get to become really familiar with the primary people who are speaking on behalf of the government, and to know them by name. I'm a little nervous right now. I don't remember them all. Some of the pronunciation for the president and speaker is.
Bro, what is going on? What have you even said in the last 10 minutes?
Well,
I
I'll
don't want to
step
sound
down,
mean,
man.
but like you just talk loads
Yeah,
without making a point.
let me ask him a question. So
Yeah.
forget about the fact that you're just really bad at remembering names and all that, right? When you say that people that cheer on for Iran's victory, and I'm paraphrasing what you just said here, you think that they should be mindful of the fact that people across the world are gonna suffer. So I have a question for you. What's the solution to and I have a comment on that statement in a second, but what's the solution in your opinion then to this, live one?
It's not an original one, but I would just copy Ron Paul and say, bring American troops home. Bring the troops home. Bring the American troops home and get out of those regions.
Right. And what about Israel?
Well,
Do you just stop?
again,
Mm.
the best I can say is I hope Israel prospers, but I don't think it's worth another American life or an American dollar.
Yeah, see, that's why I asked you that question. That's why I honed in on that, because you want Israel to prosper. So those people that want Iran to actually succeed in this, the reason why they want Iran to succeed in this is because Iran only ever acts, number one, in a defensive capacity, never in a proactive attack capacity. Iran does not undertake genocides. Iran does not control our governments and dictate to us and put censorship laws in place and enact terrorism. Iran does not get our governments to fight its foreign wars and just completely annihilate the Middle East, right? That's Israel that does that. That's Israel that does that for America. That's Israel that does that and uses the UK. It's our countries, UK, USA, the West, that went in and destroyed Iraq, destroyed Libya, destroyed Syria, handed it over to Israel on a plate, no matter what anybody says, destroyed the Middle East, destroyed Gaza, did a genocide for almost 3 years, and not counting the blockade and the genocide that started when the Nakba started. It is Israel that does that, and America funds it. So when you criticize those people who want Iran to succeed, they want Iran to succeed because they see the end of all that death and destruction, because they see Iran is fighting the evil and the demonic nation that is Israel, that spreads its Zionism everywhere. Do you understand that, Live One? Do you get that? Can you see that perspective?
Yes, yeah.
Can I just tell you, Beatrice, that as soon as you started talking, and quietly, I could feel that the intake of the breath of a dragon that was about to unleash a firestorm of fury and hell. And I thought, this is going to be another one of those moments where I'm just going to sit there and I'm going to get someone to clip it. And you didn't go all in and destruction, but Live One, big enough, big guy to turn around and said, you're right. So it didn't need it. But I swear to God, I felt like it's the breath of a dragon just breathing in. She's going to unleash hell.
But what's your thanks for that, Hos? What's your thoughts on that, Live One?
Well, I meant something a little bit different.
Clarify what you
And
meant, because you said you want Israel to prosper, and you said those people that support Iran, they don't think about, and I agree, this is going to give people hardship. It already is giving people hardship, and fuel prices are going up, but that's not because of Iran. Let's break that down. Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is saying, you know what? You have a couple of ways to get your ships through. Expel your American and Israeli ambassadors, break all ties with Zionism, get your ships through, pay us our tolls, get your ships through. It's given lots of options on the table. Now, if my government doesn't want to take those options and wants our people to suffer, then it's my government's fault. It's not Iran's fault, right? Now, the double blockade has been put on by America to make sure nothing gets through. So really, who is causing the hardship, if you wanted to break it down, if that was your perspective? So go ahead, Live One. I'm interested in what you have to say on this.
I think it really is something so terrifying. And so, I mean, what's the best option? I think that the people who are still the fighting force and the Revolutionary Guard and the other fighting forces have already ingested and comprehended a level of barbarity which I'm not able to get even from all of the gory TikTok videos and internet news. Okay, so I would not trust the United States, and I think a lot of people have maybe said it better than I am, but that the people there are fighting for their very life and not to be subjugated. Maybe they're in a funny way fighting for the same types of liberty that some people thought this country was founded on. It may be the Iranians who saved this country.
So the Iranians very much support the American people, right? The Palestinians used to support the American people. I said this on a space a few nights ago, that I remember during the genocide, little Palestinian children, on the nights they weren't being bombed, made little pictures and held them up. And they were thanking the American students who did the student encampments. The Palestinian resistance, whenever they did statements about America, they thanked the free people of America. They thanked them. None of these countries, none of us, in fact, on this panel will ever hold, the people of a country responsible for the crimes of its government. Do you know what I mean? So it's really not about the people. It's about the crimes that our governments commit. I think Nina said it when she came up, even with the Abraham Accords. When you think about it, the people in the Middle East, the civilians, they don't support their leadership, the monarchies, and what they do, but they just don't. We don't have a say. Do you have a say in what happens? Does any American have a say on what Trump does and how many billions he's making for himself and his son-in-law and Steve Witkoff and all of this? They don't have a say in it. So it's not about the people, and we understand that people are going to suffer and struggle. But do you know what? I don't mind paying a little bit of fuel at the gas tank. And I know that not everybody has that luxury to say that, but I don't mind paying more because I just want to see no more kids dying because of Israeli bombing. And for me, that's a price worth paying. And you know what it is, Live One? The terrorism that our empires have done across the world, let's just say the chickens are coming home to roost, right? That's what's happening. We're going to have to pay the price for what our governments have done. You don't go into Iraq and kill 1 million people and call it a war. It was never a war. It was an illegal invasion and get away with it scot-free. Those chickens are coming home to roost. What's going to happen the other side of this? Whenever this, whatever it is, off-ramp deal, whenever it's done, I mean, you can see Trump's statement tonight, Suleiman just read it out, where he's like, oh, Iran didn't really do anything to the UAE, so they're leaving the UAE out to dry now, which is fine, whatever. Whenever this thing is over,
Best move Trump's done.
whenever this is the other side of this, when we're on the other
My mind on
side,
him now, Beatrix. I might change my mind on him.
well, on Trump, God. But the other side of this, when we're the other side of this, whenever that is, in 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, 3 months, it's not over. What you're talking about, Live One, that you think people are going to suffer now, people in the West are going to start suffering then. And we're really going to suffer economically, from a job perspective, from censorship perspective, from a surveillance state perspective. It's going to be draconian for us in UK and Europe, in America. And I hope when that happens, that people realize that it's because of the crimes of our government that we're paying that price. Everybody should be speaking out about this. Go ahead, host.
I just wanted to say that I really don't want to live in a world where America and Israel lead anymore, because it's not a beautiful place anymore. It's an ugly world that we live in. And unfortunately, the leadership of America and Israel has not brought any good to the world. I mean, we're looking at the back end of a oil crisis that's going to drive the whole planet into a recession and a depression. And this didn't start with Iran doing anything. This started with as Israel and America saying to themselves, oh, we're just going to do another Venezuela. We'll just decapitate them. And this was all done by America actually on behalf of Israel. So no, it's not a good place when you have two people, and it is two people who are narcissists and who believe that they're above the law and who think it's okay to do this and who have taken over their government and turned them into places where they have no one that's willing to stand up to them. The United States of America is supposed to be a republic. Is a division of power. There are 3 parts to it. They've all gone silent. They've all gone quiet. And the only person that's doing anything is an absolute narcissist maniac that's able to do whatever he wants, because no one in Congress, House of Representatives, bar 2 or 3, has stood up and done the right thing and said, this is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. As there are podcasters who've got millions of followers who are saying, what we're doing is we're not the good guys anymore. We're actually, the dark side. And the American people are not happy about that. So we can't live in a world where one man who is an old mental case and who is using this whole process of war to enrich himself, to enrich his son Barron, to enrich his son John Jr., Donald, whatever it is, I think it's John Jr., but his kids are getting rich from a grift. They're betting on oil as their dad announces ceasefire, no ceasefire, taking bets on things. This is not a money-making machine for one family and their friends. This is, you're supposed to be the leader of the most powerful, armed forces. You should be actually the leader of the moral compass of the world. You should, as America, be doing the right things by the planet, and you should be leading by example. And really, America is not leading by any good example. The only example it's showing is that to be a bully, might is right, and all the things that we have a social contract with each other as human beings, and we have a social contract as governments to each other, you're not setting a good example here. America is not doing a good job of pushing humanity forward in the right way. It's turning into a fascist state with no one inside America able to say anything because the American inner court is captured by Israel. They are all in the take or in the money are taking money from Israel. So they're too scared to say anything. And they don't want to lose the chance at these midterms of losing their elections because they've lost the support of Donald Trump. People need to break away from this mental case that is Donald Trump, and he needs to be consigned to the bin of history because he's not doing any favors for humanity. He's not doing any favors for America, and the life of Americans now is much worse than it was before he became president, and that's saying something than when you've had Joe Biden for 4 years. It's and it's only going to get worse from here. So that's the world we live in today, and it's not. And it's the American representatives are failing their constituents, and they're failing the American state, and it breaks my heart because I do love Americans and I do love America, but not when it's behaving like this, not when it's become, the empire, the ugly empire that is happy to murder its way through however many people it wants to and has done, and mostly on behalf of a state of people, in West Asia.
Brother Hawes, that's beautiful and absolutely very eloquently stated, brother.
Yeah, do you know what, Hos? The other side of this, when that happens, what I was saying to that guy who came up, I can't remember his name now, but anyway, Low One or whatever his name was, something Lon One or whatever. What I was saying to him, the other side of this, I think, is going to be the end of the American empire, or certainly the American empire in the Middle East. It will be the end of that. But when I look at it, I actually think, yeah, Trump right now is a problem, but I think it's a systematic problem. It's not a one-person problem. So sometimes people come up on the space and say, oh, if Tucker Carlson ran or if Thomas Massey became leader, nothing would change in America. America is fully institutionally, right to the core, occupied, right? When they, I said this the other day on the space, when they allowed you to see where each profile was based, right? When they put that live on X, the American Homeland Security Twitter account is based in Tel Aviv. It's ran out of Tel Aviv. That is like, America doesn't even have any sovereignty left, really. It's just all Israel. So the American people have got a massive fight on their hands. The only reason Trump is there is because of the occupation. The only reason Biden, I don't think Biden for a second made any of those decisions. The guy didn't even know the stage exit. He'd walk into a wall all the time. He thanked somebody. He went to a funeral a week before. I can't remember the lady's name, somebody who worked for him. He went to a funeral a week before, and the following week he stood in front of the press saying, where is she? I can't see her. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this guy's got dementia bad. So they either bring them in that state or they drug them in that state. Whatever it is they do, it's an institutional, it's a systematic problem. I think we've got the same in the UK, to be honest, but I think in the UK people have been quite savvy. So certainly when you look at the pro-Palestinian kind of activism in the UK, it's been very strong for a long time. And we've had a lot of prominent speakers on that. In America, it went from 0 to 100 during this genocide. Phenomenal activism by brave Americans who put their careers and their jobs on the line. And America's waking up, but they're waking up, Hos. At the other end of this, they're going to have the fight of their lives to actually get their country back. And that's what's going to be needed, to be honest.
And they need to do it. And I agree with every word you've said. I wanted to just keep pressing the 100% marker for every word you said. You're absolutely right. They are occupied, and they're also occupied. The worst part is that the occupation of the financial sector is absolute control, and it's the BlackRocks and Vanguard and State Street, and all of that money is the thing that is the bloodline and the blood, the blood that's in the veins of America. And because of the way capital can just go from one place to another, they could make life an absolute misery for anyone who's trying to lead America. And I don't know what the answer is. I really don't know what the answer is for the Americans to break from this hegemony of power across media, which is the brainwashing, the Hollywood, Netflix, the fact that they've got control of every part of your, what's it called, or their government, whether it's the Senate, House of Representatives, you've got 38 states out of 50 in America that have got anti-Israeli BDS laws. What in America, it's the only country that you're not allowed to have BDS against. You can sanction American companies, but you're not allowed to sanction Israeli companies within 38 states out of 50 in America. It's absolute madness, the control they have.
Yeah, I agree. You probably, I don't agree with all the flag burning at all, but you could probably burn an American flag, but burn an Israeli one, you'll be carted off to that Alligator Island or whatever it is. I never get that name right. That freaking thing, that demonic thing that Trump was building up. It's crazy. Let's go to Sangar. Sangar, thanks for waiting. Jump in.
Hey Beatrix, just first of all, really quick, I just wanted to give a kudos to the guy who came up who said his English was not perfect. I know it's really hard to come up here, especially in these spaces like frequent speakers. Like you guys are excellent speakers, like and expert at you guys what you're talking about. So it is very nerve-wracking. So kudos to him. Speaking English as a second language is
He's
really
here,
hard.
Sangar. It's Miro. Miro, there you go. See? Your
Yeah.
English is great.
I can speak for myself. I'm not a great speaker. I'm terrible at it.
Now you're good,
Mm,
Sangar.
mm,
Go ahead, jump in. Tell us
mm.
what your thoughts are.
Yeah. So I had a quick military question for Andrew. So I was listening to this Iranian analyst on Iranian media broadcast.
I have to go for a call. Speak to you soon, guys.
Um,
God bless.
okay. Yeah. And
Thanks, Hoss.
and this guy was saying that Iran has reached a technology where their torpedoes, they create this sort of a air bubble around the torpedo, so the torpedo can travels a lot faster, and it's called the Hoot. So I was gonna ask Andrew if he knows any specific and how did Iran exactly reach this technology on its own? Did it get help from any foreign countries? And are there any um, defensive measures in place for it? Thank you.
Yes, yeah, certainly. Yeah, we've been looking, I say the U.S. has been very concerned about this for over 30 years. And they did now let's talk specifically submarine weapon systems, and let's talk the premier weapon, which is torpedoes, right? Their torpedo technology came primarily from the Russians. And the Russians, even back in you go back to the 70s and 80s, they had developed some extremely complex, highly evolved torpedo systems, all right? And I'm not going to go into that. I'm not really at liberty to talk about some of that technology, but let's put it this way. They are extremely effective and very advanced. Okay, so what the Iranians did, they took some of those, I'll just say wake homing technology that the Soviets developed, and they took that and they re-engineered. And that's what they do over and over again. We've had several speakers talk about that. And even back in the 90s, when I was really talking with military, I'm talking high-ranking military, and this is Navy admirals and captains and whatnot, about this, it was a major concern because what the Iranians would do, and they've done that with every aspect, and they've now developed the most quintessential existence of asymmetrical weaponry. They will take something that's really good and then they will tweak it, re-engineer it. And the Chinese are also very good at this. And they'll develop it. And because the Iranians are extraordinarily gifted in engineering and architecture and science, they will literally say, hey, we really like this. Yeah, it's effective, but why don't we do this with it? Now, specifically, and so they've developed advanced, far beyond, to be blunt. And now I'm talking in the Persian Gulf now. Now, submarine warfare, acoustics, salinity, depth, convergence zones, and on and on and on. It's a very deep, involving physics. It gets really deep, and I'm not going to go through all that. But in that area, they have perfected, and I mean perfected, warfare, undersea warfare, to a state that is unimaginable. No one talks about it. I'm not going to go into depth on it. And then I get pushback, say, oh, he's going to say he's got an NDA. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it. But specifically on that specific torpedo, we in the U.S., we have our weapon systems that do that. And the whole advancement with torpedoes, the old-fashioned idea of taking a torpedo and punching a target, like it hits a target and then knocks a hole in it and it goes boom. Those days are long gone. Now we don't do that. We use these, if you want to call them bubbles and whatnot, we go underneath the keel and all of this. I'm not going to go into the depths of that, but they've taken that and certainly have developed that. And their speed is always the thing. I'm not going to discuss speeds in our torpedo speeds and whatnot. Some of it's unclassified. You can research that for yourself. But their speeds are just insane. And now they've also taken the launch systems. The torpedo itself can swim and swim and swim. The launch systems that carry those little things that go screaming around at 50-some insane speeds, like 50 knots. They can do variable depth changes within a very shallow, the Persian Gulf is very shallow. They can go depth excursions. They can go 40, 50 feet, 70 feet, just like in a split second, and they move like very fast. So yeah, it's very advanced. And that's why I've said from day one, I've said the United States Navy ain't going to fight that war. We're not going to go in there and fight that battle in there, because they will totally kick butt in any way you can imagine. And that's their undersea warfare. And they haven't even released that yet. They haven't even released that. I won't keep elaborating on it. But yeah, it's a great question. And they're serious about it. And it's really advanced. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sangar. Thank you, Andrew. Let's go to Nameless. Nameless, jump in.
Thank you, guys. I may speak my language. I'm from Africa. My language is not clear, but I wanted to speak something regarding to Abu Dhabi. I'm in Abu Dhabi right now. And thank you for Beatrice and Suleiman. But something Andrew said, it's real. There's something happening right now in Africa. If you can give me a moment. Some farmers are lacking fertilizers in Africa, and no one is speaking about it. At some point, I thought it's Israel, but it's not real. It's politicians.
Wait, are you saying that you have a shortage of fertilizers because of the Persian Gulf, the closing fertilizer shortages?
Yeah, fertilizers, because
Yeah.
no one is talking about it, but it's a thing. It's something very big in
Oh, yeah.
Africa.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that about Africa. But Africa was mentioned. We have talked about this, actually, probably not as much as we should or could have, but we have brought this up several times. I don't know if you've heard, we've had 3 or 4 really extraordinary financial and economic experts that come on here, and fertilizers has been mentioned as a huge problem, that because of the closure of the Strait, that's going to be a shortage. And I'm glad you mentioned, they did say Africa. They also mentioned Asia, and even in the U.S. it will be an issue. But yes, brother, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, and when we see the after effects, like in the months to follow in planting and growing season, thank you for bringing that up. We are aware of that, but maybe you can share some more what you're seeing there in Africa. Hello, you know what I mean? You have more. Like you a farmer or involved in the farming agriculture industry, sir?
No, sir. I'm in Abu Dhabi, but I care about
That's right. I'm
agriculture.
sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. That's right. You're in Abu Dhabi, right? Okay. Yeah, you're right. And that's going to be a huge problem.
Right
Huge.
there, they just bombed us right now. We had an
Yeah.
area.
Where? How far were you from that? Did you go? You relatively close? Did you get probably heard it, of course, and could see it?
Yeah, but in Africa there is shortage of fertilizers and even even oil because no one is talking about it. Africa is
So,
facing problem of oil.
Nameless, what Andrew is trying to ask you is there's a shortage. Um, are are people feeling that shortage? What's happening in Africa? Are people still able to get food, but there's a shortage, but they haven't been able to feel the impact of it yet? Or are they feeling the impact? Is there a shortage of food?
Yeah,
What's going on?
thank you, Beatrice. They are getting food, but people are not aware what's happening. Even villagers are not aware of what's happening.
Yeah,
But
exactly. But later, when they realize that they don't have the fertilizers for the planting, when in your country, and I should say your origin, when is planting season really start? Probably pretty soon, right?
we are in May, right?
Yes.
Maybe no. It's not a farming season right now.
Where in
Maybe
Africa are you from? Where in Africa are you from?
I'm from East Africa,
Where in East Africa?
Yeah.
Uganda.
Okay, cool. Uganda.
But but the food we had to have some at some point. It's not even like people are not aware what's happening. The
Yeah,
oil,
but
the is expensive. Even everything is going higher. Like the economy is not doing good.
yeah, Nameless, you know what? I think that we will all say this, that even people in our countries, they're not aware. There are people in England and I know it's not comparable per se, but I'm just saying people in this country are not aware of what's going to happen and the fact that we will have shortage of fertilizers. We're going to have people in this country are going to have hardship, the other side of this real hardship. And that's something we do need to spend more time talking about. But they're not aware of what's coming down the road. So I'm not surprised to learn that people in Africa aren't aware of it either. So yeah, but I appreciate you coming up and speaking about this because I think it's important. And today is Breaking News Space Day, but the maybe after this, the other side of this, we will talk more about and we do and Andrew's right. We have like Dark Side and Robert and Simon and Gary and those guys on and Thomas, and they do talk about the real impact of this on our nightly spaces. This is obviously a whole day space because of the breaking news. And we will continue to talk about how this can be managed and how people can prepare for this at the other end, at the other side of this. So appreciate you, Nameless. Thank you. I wanted to go to Gigi, but she dropped. I don't know what happened. She got glitched out. I don't know if you can see her. Suleiman, is she requesting?
No, she's not.
She glitched out. Okay, let's go to... I feel like I need a can of Red Bull every time I go to Mr. Abundance for the mic, but let's go to Mr. Abundance. Go ahead, Mr. Abundance. He's not even there?
I don't see him on here.
I'll see him on the panel. Maybe he's glitched out. Ivy? Okay, he's gone. We can drop him, I think. Let's go to Cyrus. Cyrus, jump in. Cyrus, don't do any of you've been on the Zio space all freaking day. Don't do any of that propaganda here. Talk about from a pro-humanity perspective. We pro-humanity space, Cyrus.
Always, I'm always pro humanity. I shared some of the flack I caught with
It's
Andrew.
absolutely
I've never gotten so
fascinating.
much
They're saying,
hate.
look,
I mean,
you wanna cross
deep
the Strait
personal
of
attacks.
Hormuz.
I was the
Very
only one fighting
simple.
for kind
You
of our
you get
position, you know.
Yeah,
So,
but yeah, we told you
It's
before that you
absolutely
waste your time on that
fascinating. They're
space. And
saying,
let me tell
look,
you
you
something.
wanna
Whatever you
cross the
think was
Strait of
deep personal hate
Hormuz.
from
It's very
Andrew, he
simple.
probably was like a
You get
pussycat to
very
you
close to the
because
Omani
had I have had that opportunity that
coast.
Andrew had, I would have
You
gone
talk to the
10x on you,
Omanis.
Cyrus. So
You
you know
turn
what?
off
Be
your
nice to Andrew.
transponder.
He's
You
gone
get
no,
a
no, I
gentle,
mean,
but
teacher
go
of
ahead.
I mean, I
messages,
sent him the
and you
flack I caught on
pray.
the other space, the screenshots of the hate messages I've been getting all day.
Yeah,
It
no,
was,
no, no sympathy, no sympathy, no sympathy. You're literally, we told you you're wasting your time on there. You're not going to convince anybody. They bring you up just as a token so that people can smash on you. That's all it is. And all
I
you do is
smashed them. I crushed them. That's why they were crumbling to
Cyrus,
personal.
you achieved nothing. Like literally 95% of them are bots, right? Suleiman used to run those spaces. We've had this conversation with you. You
Yeah,
still want
I'm
to
very
go on,
new here to these
whatever. But
spaces. I mean, I'm on. This is your, space. I really respect
okay,
what
I
you
feel
guys got going on.
deja vu, because I had this conversation with you
Beatrice,
3 weeks ago, and that's
you
the exact same
guys, you
thing you
guys are
said.
so funny. I can't beat
Yeah,
you,
you said.
Beatrice. You and Suleiman together. I can't beat you solo, let alone you guys. Luckily, Suleiman's silent so far, so I can't take two. But in any event, so back to what's going on. I mean, Suleiman was right. He thought it's going to escalate. I was partially right, saying that if the U.S. probes and tests Iran, Iran would retaliate. So this is not a full escalation. This is certainly a contained escalation within the Gulf and Strait of Hormuz. Otherwise, rest assured, the U.S. has on alert fighter pilots that can drop ordnance in very short time. So the U.S. could have immediately retaliated in a heavy way. They didn't. That means Trump doesn't want to escalate. He thought the Trump probably thought the Iranians would back down and wouldn't launch those ordnance. And from what I've read, they launched the Noor missile, which is a sea-skimming cruise missile. It's a copy of the Chinese C-802, an improved version of it. And these are sophisticated ordnance, and the U.S. has really a good ability to thwart a lot of that with their Aegis system. But Iran didn't throw a full salvo at them. If Iran wanted to really saturate, they could have. So I think both sides were measured. I think it's very important to indicate that, because this is tit for tat. As crazy as Trump seems, he's being very measured, because if he goes haywire, Iran will. He doesn't know how Iran will retaliate, and Iran may have plans to escalate further this time and not wait for the U.S. to escalate one notch, and then it will match that escalation. That's what Iran has been doing so far. And we witnessed that when their Pars gas field was attacked, which is a very strategic asset. Within a few hours, Iran hit the Qatari fields. They launched 7 missiles. I believe 2 of them got through, and it caused over 30 billions in damage. It's going to take 3 years to repair. Okay, that's one salvo, just to put it in perspective. So
Cyrus, really good, really quick question. Why do you think they did not escalate before if they had the ability to inflict pain back then?
So this is the thing, okay, and this is where I get some pushback here, and please take it in good faith. The U.S. can also bring on an onslaught, and with heavy firepower. I mean, we're not at the receiving ends of those bombs. It's really easy to sit back and quarterback this from the safety of our couches or offices. Iran has already paid. There have been 110,000 residential units destroyed. They are savage. They've hit 30 plus hospitals. They've hit multiple universities. They've hit kids' schools. Right? They're paying in real blood. So if Iran gets a chance to minimize that, rest assured they will. They don't want to lose their citizens. I mean, it's a bloodbath. Nobody wants that. So I'm always for diplomacy. I'm always for de-escalation. I'm happy to see Trump didn't go ham and go crazy when Iran launched these heavy ordnance. I think Iran was measured. They could have easily overwhelmed those systems, and they could have gone after civilian shipping. They didn't do that. Especially on the first onslaught, Iran actually has an advantage now, because there's not air assets that the U.S. has that could that could squeeze those launchers. So Iran could have actually, this is their best time to launch a super large salvo and make it 1 or 2 hits, and that's all it takes. I'll remind everybody, this is a 500 kilogram warhead coming at the target at Mach 3.5. That's faster than a high-speed rifle bullet. right? So this is a immensely powerful ordinance. All it takes is one hit. And our best systems, the SM3, the SM6s of the Aegis system, which are unbelievably exquisite. They cost 4 million to 8 million per missile, depending on the SM3 or the SM6. Two missiles can, take about, like, they have a 95% success rate, maybe a little less. They can be overwhelmed. Iran can launch multiple salvos of cruise missiles and anti-ship ballistic missiles and overwhelm. They chose not to do that, right? So I just want to acknowledge that. I'm not sure if you guys agree. I think Andrew's opinion matters most. He's a far bigger expert than I am, but I'm just kind of making my assessments based on my limited knowledge. But I'll land it there. It's escalated. I think Suleiman was right to a large degree that Trump is either trying to push for economic collapse and a doomed situation where the globalists would benefit. They'll come in and they'll buy assets in the crashed market. I mean, the ultra rich will win. So there's a case to be made against that. But I mean, it's hard to imagine a U.S. president sacrificing an entire population, our middle class, to achieve this superficial goal, which they won't even succeed. I mean, unless we send 500,000 ground troops to Iran, it is not going to be possible. And even then, it's not guaranteed, right? It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, but Cyrus, look, when you say that, I've got a couple of questions for you. That it's
Please.
hard to imagine, and I want to give some news really quickly, but I want to say this because I'll forget. When you say it's hard to imagine a US president sacrificing American troops for this unachievable goal, this is no different to Iraq, fake WMDs. How many Americans lost their lives there for an
Surely.
unachievable goal? Because there were no WMDs there. It was no different to Libya. It was no different to any other country. The only difference is that Americans are waking up now. And I want to come back to that point, Cyrus, but let me just give some breaking news quickly. So we've got an official statement, and I verified it from the Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I've got a couple of bits of news, so I'll just give them out. And Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs says, the kingdom is concerned about the... Can you imagine calling yourself the kingdom? We should call ourselves the kingdom. We are the United Kingdom, the kingdom. The kingdom is concerned about the current military escalation in the region. Saudi Arabia stresses the importance of restoring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz to its pre-February the 28th status. Saudi Arabia calls for a political solution that spares the region further tension and instability. The kingdom calls for de-escalation, restraint, and avoiding further escalation. Now, I've got a couple of more bits of news, but what I will say, when I read that statement, I felt like Antonio Guterres wrote it. You know, that UN chief, right? When we had the genocide on in Gaza, like, he would make a whole freaking long-ass statement and not even mention Israel, who was committing the genocide, not mention any of the countries, and just make some blasé. I read this statement and I thought, wow, they've done this statement without mentioning America, without mentioning UAE, without mentioning Iran, without mentioning Israel. Like, what a statement. So that's the first piece of news. There was a couple of bits of news more I wanted to give. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, this is interesting. So Trump's talking at the moment, and one of the things he said, remember, Iran's got no nukes. We all know Iran's got no nukes. Like, that's not even debatable or kind of, So he says, when this is over, you'll have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. Okay, well, they don't have nukes anyway. And the reason he's saying that is because this is my opinion. He wants people to focus on that. He wants his MAGA cultists to focus on, oh my God, it's going to be a safer world. Thank you. Thank you, Savior Trump, because Iran with nukes would kill us all and you're saving us. So we'll pay whatever it costs in fuel. Because right about now, the Chevron CEO has made a statement saying physical shortages in oil supply are beginning to appear. So this is Chevron CEO said physical shortages in oil supply are beginning to appear. So whatever we did think, people were thinking they're feeling the pinch at the pump. The pinch at the pump, I like that. And they're going to feel it more because now Chevron is saying they're going to start to appear. What we have experienced so far is nothing. The other side of this is going to be horrendous. So we'll say that. But yeah, Cyrus, back to you. So I don't know if you heard Trump's statement earlier, Cyrus. I don't know if you're on, but Suleiman read it out. And basically, and I'm paraphrasing here because I can't remember what he said even word for word, but basically he was like, I don't think UAE has done anything too bad. It's just like minor. It's like no big deal. It wasn't really like that, that kind of thing. Cyrus, back to you.
Yes, Beatrix, thanks for that. So yeah, I didn't say the U.S. isn't, especially Trump isn't willing to sacrifice American soldiers. I don't see him wanting to leave a legacy where he crashes the U.S. economy, and it's bound to happen because we've reached the very top of that escalation ladder. Otherwise, right now you would have seen the U.S. go hot and heavy in a big, firepower forward manner. And they're not doing that because they've reached the very top of that ladder. So, you know, even if Trump is compromised, which unfortunately I'm strongly leaning that he is, how far can
Oh
they
my
push
God, are
him?
you strongly leaning that Trump is
Well,
compromised? Like you are
I know it's shocking. I know it's shocking.
strongly leaning, like slam dunking is where it should be, Cyrus.
I mean, until I see the video, but I think it's there. I think Israel has
It's
the
not
video.
just Epstein. I'm not just talking about Epstein. I'm talking about like,
Yes, for
do you know
sure.
how many?
No, the APAC for you're right. Hey, Beatrice, I'm not.
No, no, no,
We're
not
in
even that.
agreement.
Not even that, Cyrus.
We're in agreement.
Do you know, just since he started this war, every time he sent that freaking, what's his son-in-law called, Jared Kushner and Witkoff to do these quote-unquote negotiations, do you know how many billions he's made just from this Iran war? And not for America, for him, for the Trump empire, for his kids, for his family, for that little spoiled brat that is Barron.
He's
That is like,
despicable. He's despicable. I mean, I
yeah,
know.
but then you say, oh, I'm strongly leaning to the fact that Trump is compromised. And I'm here saying, Cyrus, Americans are waking up. Oh God, Cyrus, you gotta
No.
wake
I
up.
mean,
You're
well, I'm
still a bit
speaking from a
drowsy.
legal. So I'm
What's
speaking
happened?
on like legal terms. Like I've deep down. I mean, in all my analysis, I
No,
approach it like he is. But until there's evidence and he's ruined in front of the world. I'm not going to say 100%, but it's extremely high likelihood he is. And I think it's demonstrative in his behavior. I think he's markedly different in his body language. He just looks he looks sloppy. And it really happened quickly. It's just, and it goes to show how much stress will do to a human body. I know a little
But
bit
it's
about that. Like,
self-inflicted, Cyrus. It's not, nobody
hun-
made him do, like,
of
do you
course,
know what I mean?
I'm not standing up for him.
I mean, I can't believe you're on here talking about
He's
how
a despicable
how
human
how
being.
how Trump's health is suffering. He
No, I'm
literally
saying
orchestrated
it's
the
because he's
killing of
exposed.
170 kids,
No, you're missing my
168
point,
kids.
Beatrice. You're missing my point. The moment the Epstein files got hot and the FBI report came of that a victim that came forward, and the FBI in their notes said that it's a credible victim, that she pointed out details of the room, details of the inner circle. It's a credible witness, right? So before that came out, Trump was not visibly shaken. The moment that came out, he's visibly this. All these are indicators to me that he is compromised. You're missing the lane I'm going down, but either way, we're in agreement, right? So my point is how that
No, 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 no,
compromise.
no, no, no. We're not in agreement. We're not in agreement. Shall I tell you why we're not in agreement,
Tell me,
Cyrus?
tell me.
Because never in the last, how many days has it been? I only know how many days it's been from Suleiman's title, whatever day it's been, 60, whatever.
Mhm.
Not once have I thought about Trump's health, like zero. I don't really care if he's compromised. I don't really care if he's suffering bad health. I care that he killed 168 kids. That's what I care about. Now, if he is compromised, that's because of his own evil deeds that he's compromised. He should have not taken that position. Everybody knows how America works, right? So he has inflicted that on himself. If he's in bad health, when you're in bad health and you've got a job and you're not going to be efficient at that job, you step down. You do not carry on running a country with millions of people relying on you to run it efficiently while you're filling your own pockets and killing innocent civilians abroad. I don't care for his health, Cyrus. We are definitely not on the same page.
Yeah, I
You
don't care
think,
for
what
his
was
health
it?
either. I'm just saying it's in.
You're leaning towards him being compromised. I'm like, freaking hell, that guy is literally dunking a whole country at the moment.
He is.
That's what, yeah, with his evil, yeah. So, but on the other stuff, some of the other stuff we do agree, Cyrus. But I'll let you carry on.
Okay, thanks, Beatrix. I mean, I
Yeah,
certainly have no
Cyrus.
sympathy.
Sounds like Cyrus loves Trump a lot.
Yeah, I'm a huge
I
Trump
feel
fan.
like he's been with
I'm,
Manco having tea. Did you meet up
I'm,
with Manco by any
I'm,
chance?
I'm going down with the MAGA ship. Hey, I'm on in the main cabin, going down with Trump. You guys got me. So to that end,
Wait, Beatrix got you. Beatrix, not me.
to that end, Trump is a
Beatrix, did you
despicable.
used to be on those Trump spaces with you?
I think he's had tea with Manco. Somebody messaged me
Was
and
he on
told me that
those?
he was.
Was he on those? Was he on those 2000 spaces with you?
I didn't do. That's just freaking Davos. What is it that Dark called him? Dark called him. Schwab. Carl Schwab's Jonah. Davos Schwab's Jonah. That's him making up Hasbara. But somebody told me that Cyrus has been having tea with Mancos today. But anyway, Cyrus gone. Serious. Let's back to serious gods, Cyrus.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, man. And you guys make it so funny and witty. I mean, I love all this stuff, man. You guys are really great. This is home base for me. So when I go to these others quote unquote neutral towards leaning towards Zionist spaces. I'm fighting for the truth, and I actually enjoy the attacks in a weird way because I have such strong arguments and I love debating these psychos. But I'm kind of getting worn out. But this is home base for me. So like when I just wanted there to be no confusion about where we stand. I just take a very realist position. So when I kind of analyze these great power politics and regional power plays, I look at it from a more agnostic, kind of neutral, unemotional position. You guys are vested. You're part of a movement, and you are the leaders of a big thing, and you've worked very hard for it. So I totally understand your differing, perch, right? So, but rest assured, we're all on the side of truth, and it's easy to battle when you have goodness and truth
So
and
Cyrus,
justice
can
on
I
your
ask you a
side. So
question? Yeah,
tell
nice
me,
one.
tell me.
Naval. So in terms of you saw the attacks on the UAE, right?
Mhm.
What do you have? Oh, flip! I'm on the wrong thing. Do you have any thoughts on why those specific locations were targeted and the hit rate?
Yes. So let's talk about the UAE as a whole. Let's zoom out a bit. As UAE observed that Saudi Arabia wants to play both sides a bit and lean towards China and as a state actor, right? If they were not beholden to the U.S., that's fair play for the Saudis. But they're forgetting they are a vassal state to the United States. That's the big thing. We created them. We put that family in power. They're supposed to do what we asked them to do, right? So when they denominate oil trade in yuan, it hurts America, right? So they started demonstrating stuff like this and having military cooperation with China, which makes us think twice. Hey, are they selling F-15 blueprints to them? What are they doing? It's not a good look when you are so on one side for your whole life, and then all of a sudden you start going astray from that very rigid line that the United States set for them. So as the UAE observed this, they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to be the new favorites because so far it's been Saudi's show. The GCC is very the center of gravity is Saudi Arabia. It's been like that. Qatar butted heads with them as Qatar got more wealthy, and they're in a better economic situation, have a lower population. And CENTCOM got placed there. So Qatar, once they reached a certain critical mass, they pulled away from Saudi, and then UAE sees this as an opportunity. So they are the new favorites of the United States. They've shown their unwavering loyalty to the American hegemonic ambitions and our hegemonic wars. Right? These are stupid wars. We should not be fighting in the Middle East. America should be pivoting towards China and not to get in a fight with China, just to project power and keep this balance so it stays in the Western favor. Right? Because that's the real push. We're wasting our time in the Middle East, losing our best men, squandering our wealth. That's what it really boils down to. So UAE's made their bet. They've made their bet with the United States. That's why they're taking the punishment from Iran. There's a lot of sensitive points there. The U.S. is making the bulk of their effort from UAE. UAE's targeted Iran with the harshest rhetoric. The rest of the GCC has verbally stayed very neutral. And I'm sure behind the scenes they're urging Trump to end the war. The UAE is not. The UAE is like, hey, we're pushing. We got the most powerful country behind our back. We're bulletproof. So as a result, Iran is making an example of them. Okay, they're like, okay, you want to play that game? We're going to focus on you since you're so focused on being so mission centric. So that's why you're seeing this extra attention on Dubai, and Dubai is the most critical U.S. investment. They've become a global financial hub. They're like a London in the Middle East. They project a lot of financing influence. They shape a lot of big investments. We count on them to shape our future AI investments. This war is derailing that. This is a big, big issue. It's going to take trillions of dollars to fund our AI infrastructure, and the only pledges have come from the GCC. They're all evaporating. So every move Trump has made us weaker. It's destabilized the region. It's brought death, despair, destruction. And I'm saying it as an American. I'm more worried about our taxpayer dollars and our stock market crashing and our middle class crumbling further, selfishly, right? But when you look at Asia, the Middle East, they pay the real price. They are getting burnt, and they have no say in it. The GCC betrayed their people, their constituents. Asia has zero say in this. We're alienating our key allies: Japan, South Korea, Australia. These are vital, vital allies. We're alienating them. This is not going to bode well in the next quarter century for the American empire. If you're American and you want our supremacy to continue, in a benevolent
Oh my
way.
God, are you literally talking about this, Cyrus?
But I'm
Like you've
saying,
been
but isn't it?
freaking brainwashed today.
But I'm
Like how
saying,
you, if you're
but
American and you want our supremacy to continue, like is
but
that how you see the world? Are
but
you sure
listen,
you're not Israeli? I think
it's a
you're Israeli.
realist.
I'm
It's a
getting very Dio vibes from you today. Dio
Beatrice.
vibes.
It's a very realist view, right? Because if it's not us, it's the Chinese, and it doesn't mean that we're going to be mean and destroy people and kill people. A good
What
superpower can
have
be
you done? What was Iraq about? What was Libya
with
about?
terrible
What was
report
Gaza
card,
about? What is
horrible.
everything that Israel done is about? When you say it
We've
doesn't mean
killed
we're going
40
to
million
destroy
people,
people and kill
Beatrice.
people, what has the American empire done? Forget about China. Tell me what the American empire has done across the Middle East. Tell
We've
me.
killed 40 million people
Um,
in the last half century.
I rest my case.
Right, it's horrible. I'm telling. I want to change that behavior. I mean, because I'm stuck in this country, right? Because I love my country, right? So I want to change it. Am I a criminal for that? So I don't want to behave in this way. I think the liberal hegemony is a failure. I want the United States to act like a realist, like China. Don't start wars. Make good business. That's the team I'm on. The US is already a superpower. I don't want it to decline. I want it to act justly and
Look, no,
stop
Cyrus,
killing people.
that I don't disagree with, right? Whatever I'm saying about America, the same applies to the UK. I love my country, right? And I want it to change, and I don't want that to be done by my country. Every crime that I've just said to you, America has done, we've been side by side with you, right? We've done the same thing. What
We
I'm
learn from the
saying is,
best. We learn from the best.
can I?
you're
Oh,
joking, aren't
yeah,
you? We gave you the English language, but there's no way we led all of that. You led it
I
and we
mean,
followed. Let's not
I
even
mean,
pretend.
I
What?
mean, you
I
guys
mean,
are
the
you
British
guys
Empire,
innovated it. You guys
the British.
innovated it first. But let me just quickly give you some breaking news. And to answer your question, Beatrix, what the US gave to the Middle East was a cheesecake factory. These guys have got no food on their own. The best they came up with was Dubai chocolate when they had the chance. But let me read the statement by Abbas Arakchi, who is the foreign minister. He says, quote, events in Hormuz make it clear that there is no military solution to a political crisis. As talks are making progress with Pakistan's gracious effort, the US should be wary of being dragged back into a quagmire by ill wishers. So should the UAE. Project Freedom is Project Deadlock. Breestrix, what do you think of that?
I don't know. I just think it's all noise, isn't it, at this stage, to be honest? I just
All
like,
right, but what about me debunking you and demonstrating that America's given a lot to the Middle East?
I don't think they've given anything. I don't think, look, I just think we should just leave countries to get
By
on
the way,
with
when
their
I
own
say Middle
business.
East, I mean Gulf states. Let me rephrase that.
Yeah, I just think we should let just countries get on with their own business and start fixing our own freaking countries. Do you know, Suleiman, like London, right? People talk about London, it's got a great airport and all of this. Like our infrastructure just doesn't work. The tubes are
Wait, no one likes
mighty.
London, bro. Who likes London?
I love London, it's my city,
Oi,
right?
I literally
oi,
don't
I
go
love
you,
there.
London
oi,
too.
northerner,
I
mind your
don't
tongue.
I don't literally go to London without basically having a stab vest on. I make sure I don't stay out past a certain time in case I get jumped. I make sure that I don't use public transport in case some mental patient, basically some mentally ill person comes and starts doing something crazy. You walk down London and it's like dirty and messy. I don't know what's good about London. Tell me. The subways never, the underground stations never working.
I can tell you two things that are fantastic about London. Hoz and I live here, right?
Thank
Okay,
you,
that's
Beatrice. Well
already you
said.
already proved at least one of those things are not a
And
fantastic thing.
not to be funny, don't mess up London for me because like I look at the tea, like where they have the high tea and stuff.
Wait,
I
wait,
love London.
that
I don't
girl,
want to hear about like all this other.
stop. Tea in London. These guys don't know what tea is. The best tea is from
I have
North.
Rington's tea, Casey, and it's the best tea. I introduced Suleiman to it,
Oh my
and we're
God, that's
gonna have
fake
that when you
news.
come to London.
Oh my, and where's it from? Where's Rington from, Beatrix?
It was made years ago, but you know what? Can I just say something? I don't want to get back to something serious, but we all have like a wish list, right, or whatever. Like when you say that's part of my what's that thing called?
Bucket list.
Yeah, your bucket list. So the top of Casey's bucket list since I've known her has been to come to London and have high tea in central London, go to Harrods or somewhere and have high tea with the scones and stuff. That is her only ambition, literally. And sometimes she talks about it so much, I feel like she's only friends with me because she wants to come to London and have high tea. Literally, that's how much she wants it.
Yeah, but that girl, listen,
No, that's not
you,
right.
I
And
don't
if you
blame you
come to
because
London, that girl, if you come to London and you don't let me know, I'm gonna be very upset with you because I'll take you out for high tea.
Well,
You
first of
say
all, that girl, all these offers are really good, but let me tell you something, and it's the truth. Like the best tea in the world, yes, the world, I am not exaggerating, haven't provided the entire world, well, most of it, a lot of it, is definitely the north of England. It's a brand called Rington's, it's from the north. These Londoners just have the very basic tea. I don't even know what they have. What is it, like Tetley tea or something? I don't. What do you guys have in London? A lot of people have Yorkshire tea, but that's good. That's from the
Earl
north.
I
Grey,
have
Earl
ringtones. I
Grey.
have ringtones. I have ringtones.
Exactly, Rington's from the north. So
it's
even she knows that you gotta have the northern tea.
She knows. Listen to him. Even she
So,
knows. You're not even
so,
going to say my name anymore. He's going to be like,
so
she knows.
exactly. Londoners, bro. Like, listen, we don't. It's not about that life. Like, there's nothing. What?
What
Let me just
about
think
Ahmed
now.
tea?
Huh?
Ahmed tea. Have you ever heard of that? Like, it's a
Who?
very old English kind of
What?
tea. It's called
Ahmed.
Ahmed. Yeah, Ahmed tea.
Ahmed doesn't sound like an English name, bro. What
Well,
is it,
but it's an English brand. I swear to God,
bro? It's
it's
like
very
sounds
big
like
over in the
a
Middle
sounds
East.
like a Pakistani brand, bro. It doesn't sound like an English
Maybe
brand.
maybe Hossein can
Man,
relate to it. Like,
Sanga, I think it's from. I think it's from the Middle East somewhere. To be honest, that tea. I think so.
I only drink Earl Grey, so I don't really know. Sorry.
I drink
Earl Grey
ringtons.
has no taste at all. Like you can get Earl Grey all across the world. It has no taste at
That's
all.
fine. I still like Earl Grey. I think it's
I know
fantastic.
it's basically got no taste for us. It's fine. It's good.
Absolutely, but it's the
But
tea. It's
guys,
my
like,
tea.
but at least you can go to anywhere in the world and get Earl Grey. But you
Uh,
can only come to the north of England and get some ringtones because that is pure class. You can't just go into a shop to get it. This is the level of tea that we have. Anyway, we're talking a lot about teas, but yeah, this you get the point.
yeah, yeah.
but,
And to be
but
honest
the
with you, I
point is
don't like going outside the M25 anyway. I have to get a visa to go up to anywhere outside the M25, so I'm not
That's
interested.
true. That's true. That's
You
true.
know.
We don't let you guys in.
No, no, I'll have to get shots and everything to come up there. So,
that is
you know,
hilarious.
I can't be doing that. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
like
we don't.
injections.
We didn't. No, you're right because we didn't have those diseases ravaged through our
Well,
northeast.
you
So
know,
you're not going to be immune to it.
no, this is it. I'd rather stay where I feel safe in my own little nuclear
What,
zone.
bruv? Are you joking? What
No,
happened to you last week? You were out with your friend and you got stabbed. That don't happen in the north.
well, the thing is this, it was Pahlavi people, and those
Yeah,
people are
they're
going to
in
get
London,
kicked out of
bro.
the
Oh, yeah.
country
Where
soon.
do you think they are? Where do you think they're
They're
living?
going to get prescribed as a
Okay,
terror. They're everywhere, actually. They're in
wait.
Manchester, they're in
What?
Glasgow.
What? Nah, in the north, no blood.
I swear to God, mate, they had.
Pause.
Did you not see
Pause.
the thing in that they did in Glasgow? They had a whole like this Savak army dressed up all in black, and the guys going, "Oh,
Yeah, but they all
Oyande,
came from
Hossein,
London,
are
Iran."
they
pause. They
born and
all came from
raised?
London. They all came from London.
They're not
Are
from
these people
London. They're
born and raised?
Iranians that have been spread all over the country, and sorry to say, but
I've never met
arseholes that
them.
are spread everywhere. That's what they are,
I've never met
arseholes.
them. I've never met them in the north. I've only ever seen them in London, and obviously in the US and online.
100% they're in Glasgow, and there's some in Manchester. The ones in Birmingham are getting beaten up quite nicely, so maybe they'll learn a few things in Glasgow as well.
Hossein, are they born and raised, or are they mostly
No, no,
people who
they're all
moved
off
to
the boat,
England?
mate. They're fresh off the boat Muppets.
Yeah.
Not all of them. Some of them are actually have been here for a long time, and unfortunately, they've been brainwashed by Iran International into thinking that Iran is, the enemy of the universe. When in fact,
I mean,
majority of planet Earth
there are a
looks at
lot
us
of
as
reason for that too. There are a lot of reason for that too. I'm not defending them by any means, but you have to understand where they've come from. Like, they've been through years of propaganda
yeah.
and Iran International and so on and so forth, and you know better.
Yeah, that's fine. But they're still, as far as I'm concerned, they're sellouts to the nation. And as I said, the
Y-
whole world is on the side of Iran right now, including
They are for
rednecks in
sure.
America. So that goes to tell you, when you've got people like that supporting the Iranians against Israel, then guess what? We're on the right side of history.
And it just looks like, they all have something in common, this sense of like, they have something to prove
They're
to
Zios. That's all they
to
are.
to
They're not being
Zios
brainwashed. They're Zios.
and white people too. And I don't want to make this about race, but like it's like it's their spotlight to, just make themselves known to the white people. That's what it seems like, looking at them
No, no,
from
listen, no, no,
outside.
listen. It's nothing to do with white people, okay? It's all to do with Israel. It's to do with the fact that Israel sits there and provides the funding to keep racism going in our country. That's what it is. Tommy Robinson,
No, you
turn around.
misunderstood him, Holt. What he was saying is that when these monarchists come over, they
Yeah.
want to suck up to the white people. They want themselves to be known as if to say we're on your
I,
side,
I
kind of
get
thing.
that, but,
Could,
That's
I'm
what
also
he's
and I
trying to
saying.
think
say as well that
Hussein, I think I relate to that more because I live in America. Like UK, it might be a different game, but in America, it looks like they're just simps for white people. That's what
well,
that's
they
what it
can
seems like.
do that. But the point I was trying to make is that Tommy Robinson could not run the next event he was going to run, and he didn't have enough money to do that, and he said, "I'm canceling the event." And guess what? The guy that was funding Charlie Kirk to the tune of millions, who was giving $2 million to Charlie Kirk and took the money out from Charlie Kirk, and then Charlie got killed. Guy's named Shillman or something. He's just provided £100,000 check to Tommy Robinson. Now, why would a Jewish supremacist who's trying to push the Israeli propaganda through people like Charlie Kirk coming over to England and supporting him? Because this guy Tommy Robinson is a mouthpiece for Israel. He is the EDL is a part of the Israeli war on our country. They're the ones who are trying to create the narrative of Muslims are bad, white people are good, our daughters are getting raped. This and you need to fight against the Muslim tide. It's all bollocks, and they weaponize white people. Is the why I was saying it to you against us, okay, against Muslims. And the reality of the matter is, people just want to get on, and they don't want that. They don't want people to just get on.
It's incredible to me that white people can just easily fall into the trap of like characters like Tommy Robinson, these evangelists and like maybe Catholics, Christian Zionists in America. It's incredible to me. I can never understand how easily they fall into the trap of believing that bullshit.
And then we've got Cyrus here talking about if you still want American supremacy. Like, seriously, Cyrus? Like, that's
Yeah.
going to come back to haunt you.
Yeah, Cyrus, like I actually had a question of my own for you. Do you think in this new superpower America that you're describing, America is willing to, respect its neighbors and like, respect um their internal policies
Stop
and give
making
them
jokes,
their fair
man.
shares?
Stop making jokes, Sangha.
No,
Please, man.
I'm seriously like, because he was
Yeah,
talking
Sangor.
about
Yeah,
like
and
a
that's what
new America, that
Sangor for
all of
sure.
this is like, seems like, possible, but from the way like that I've understand Americans,
Right.
they'll never let go of like what they currently have, which is like money. That's all they're about. Like that's what they are all about.
Well, I mean, all superpowers are after their own interests first, right? But we don't have to behave this way. We can behave like China and Russia. Which countries have they invaded in the last 100 years? Except, when the US pushed Russia into a war, that is America's war. Same with Georgia and Ossetia. These are clear instigations by the United States pushing a great power like Russia and treating them like they're not a great power. So we are in a multipolar world right now. It's mainly China that is the near peer competitor, and they will catch up. And Russia, because of their energy focused economy, and they're fine like that. Russia is very happy the way they are. We poked the bear in the eye. So America has been acting as if we're playing to lose. Every decision we've made has been to our own direct detriment and in short term. I mean, we are going to see the seeds that we've sown, we're going to reap the harvest very soon. It's all coming in the next 10, 20 years. So I'm cautiously optimistic, at least we'll maintain our freedoms and constitution so that we're not just bulldozed by this, this supremacist, the Zionist supremacist movement that's been going on for a long time, even before the Zionist movement. You can't even call it a Zionist thing, because that's one element of it, right? It's been going on far before that, right? Since the 1600s. So that's the real issue. If we were to push back against this nefarious outside force, that's my first objective, is to really win back our freedoms, especially the First Amendment, and not get censored. I'm sure Suleiman's experience, being shadow banned, All this is against our First Amendment. You know, there will be recourse from the Supreme Court. I hope. I'm waiting for the evidence to build up that these the tech elite are in line with a foreign power. Right? We need to register AIPAC as a foreign agent. What JFK was trying to do. We have a lot of hurdles to jump through before you and I can talk about, hey, when is the U.S. gonna start behaving like China and Russia, like a considerate, respectful superpower? There's nothing wrong
Oh
with
my
that.
God, Russia ain't all that respectful. Like, Cyrus, come on, let's pipe down. Nobody, listen, I know I had to go at you for saying America's supreme.
Yeah, no,
Sorry, I
I
had
mean,
to
of
cuss.
course, yeah. And you
But
can always
but
look. I
but
don't
that
expect
doesn't
you to.
mean that
Mhm.
Russia and China are the ultimate models. Like, America's a beautiful country. The American people are unlike any other,
I'm talking
right?
about foreign
Nobody's
policy, not internally. They're not nearly as free as we are. I mean, the way we treat other countries. I love our freedoms. We're way better than China and Russia by leaps and bounds, leaps and bounds. That's why I want our Western liberal hegemony in our culture to continue. So we push for freedom of speech, individual liberty. Those are great motifs and those are great values to uphold. But we need to not have a hypocrisy about it that only wish it upon ourselves. We're inflicting great damage and great pain to many regions in the world. And I'm just speaking on the way Russia and China behave as great powers with their foreign policy. When you study international relations from an academic level, you totally ignore internal politics. So domestic politics go out the door. No doubt, Russia and China don't hold a candle to the freedoms we enjoy in the U.S. and in the U.K. as you are. I'm strictly talking about foreign
No,
policy.
it's all no, that's a fallacy, right? Listen, let me tell you something. Like, our freedoms, I think this whole freedom of speech thing is overrated. It gives us nothing, right? I can criticize Keir Starmer as much as I want to. It makes tad bit of difference, zero difference, right? It's overrated. What they do is they freaking steal my taxes and bring in all these laws and everything else. And sometimes I look at the GCC and the people there and I think they can't criticize their leadership, but if they're working, every penny they earn is theirs. They've got free healthcare, they've got free this, they've got free that. So what is my freedom of speech worth? Nothing. I'll tell you who I can't criticize in this country. I can't criticize Israel or Israeli foreign policy because that's when you get censored. I can go outside Downing Street and I can scream at Keir Starmer as much as I want and nothing will be done. But if I go out there and scream at Netanyahu, I'll probably get arrested. So this is the fallacy of, oh, we've got beautiful freedom of speech. We've got nothing in this country like that. What I'm saying is that Russia also meddles. Like literally, Russia sponsored Boris Johnson, funded him, financed him to become prime minister in this country. And Boris Johnson was atrocious as a prime minister in our country. So what I'm saying is nobody's saying that America has to become like Russia and China when it comes to foreign policy. Those should not be your benchmarks. Your immediate benchmark as an American should be just to get your country back. Figure out your foreign policy later, but you're occupied. All of these wars, all of this destruction across the Middle East is for one purpose only. It's because Israel wanted it. There was nothing that America benefited from any of it. Zero, nada. Oil companies did. American people didn't.
I cannot counter any of those points. You're spot on, Beatrix. I have no argument.
Smash her, bro. Don't let her win, bro.
No, she's right, man. I mean, how could you argue that?
Well, I'll argue it. What was the point she was making?
Can I just add
He
one
wasn't
thing?
even
Boris
listening. I
Johnson,
swear to
you're
God.
praising
I
Boris
said to him
Johnson.
yesterday that he switches off when a chick talks and he goes, yeah, you're right about that.
Can I just add one other thing to what you were saying, Beatrix? If you actually say anything against Israel in our country, they actually target you to lose your job. They make sure that your life is a misery. And, you know, Dr. Rahma, for instance, and all these other people who are standing up for the Palestinian people, they get targeted. And they get targeted by the organs of, you know, there's this organization called, uh, what's it called? The Jewish
Community Safety Youth Trust, CST.
the ones who are the Israeli lawyers, and they basically
Oh, yeah, that's Mark Lewis and all those guys.
yeah. So they actually try and because they've got an unlimited budget, they've got no. Let me explain it. So there's a law firm effectively that is working for Israel, and it's something like Israel Friends of Law or something, and they've now just had a judge hand them what's it called an order that says that they're not allowed to go after anyone ever again in the UK and unless a judge gives them permission to go for the order. As in, like, before you can start a case against anyone, you've got to convince a judge that the order that you're, or the case you're going to take up against someone for anti-Semitism or this, that, and the other, you got to prove it to a judge before you're allowed to do it. Because what they do is they take people to court and they end up bankrupting people as people are trying to fight back against them or just lose and stuff like that. So a judge has put a judgment in that says your paperwork's got to come in to me first before you're allowed to do anything. That's how bad it is with lawfare that's used by these organizations that are all funded by Israeli money from, you know, or from wherever, from England or, but, you know, the Jewish supremacist groups of people. That's the freedom of speech we've got in this country. The freedom to shut your mouth unless you want to lose your job, your house, your money, and everything else that's important to you.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. And it's not free, is it? I mean, they sell us this idea that we're a democracy. Minor threat 5276. I hope I'm just responding to you. I hope the penny's dropped. It's not free speech, right? Because they sell us this idea of we're a democracy, right? And these countries don't have democracy. They don't have the same human rights as us. They don't have free speech. So we have to go and bomb them and kill millions of people because we're going to give them democracy. You don't spread democracy by freaking bombing children in schools. It doesn't work, number one. Number two, we're not a democracy. Like, everybody hates Keir Starmer. He's not going anywhere for a long time. Nobody, and I mean nobody, wants him in politics, right? Nobody wants him as our prime minister. I don't even think he was voted in. We all hate him equally. He was groomed for that position before he even became a politician, right? We knew that. We used to talk about it on this space that he will be the next prime minister. How did we know that? Because he was groomed for that position. So these aren't democracies. Our leaders are selected. They are not elected. They choose. The Zionist lobby chooses who's going to do their bidding. Like, we know what happened, for example, with Jeremy Corbyn, the whole anti-Semitism scandal that happened, fake scandal to make sure that he didn't get elected. And the same happens. Anybody who speaks against Palestine, their career as a politician is destroyed in this country. They'll go through your past life, what Hoz is saying, spot on. They'll find any little thing that they can to destroy your reputation. That's not free speech. That's not democracy. That's gangster warfare. And that's what we live under. So it's a fallacy. You know what I mean? Yeah, Hoz, I agree with you.
Yeah, you can't deny it. I mean, you know, we're not allowed to say anything against certain people. If you do, that's it. You're a target. You're a target that's likely to lose everything because they just have this ability to, you know, no limit funding for lawfare. And when it's like, oh, no, okay, that's British politics. I can't say that. I'll shut up.
Can I ask why you guys are not talking about England politics?
English politics.
Or like Hussein just said, like, you know, you guys are not talking about like England.
Yeah, we're
Like
not talking about internal British politics, domestic politics, because it's not relevant. We're talking about foreign policy because that is relevant. Do you know what I mean?
got it. I thought there was a reason for it, but that's the
That's
reason.
the reason for it. It's the way that if this whole space turned into, you know, candidates for the next Democratic race and candidates for the next Republican race and who's standing in what district and all of that. I mean, we talk about it at a high level. We talk about our foreign policy. We talk about what our government's doing. But we don't talk about it on a party level. And we won't, because Suleiman and I might not even endorse these parties, these people, and so we don't want to talk about it. When the elections happen, then obviously we do spaces on it in the UK, but there isn't anything like that on a national level. I'm talking about.
Well, thank you for clarifying. Like, you know, what I really thought about was that, like, you know, with everything that I've heard about, like, you know, England and, you know, they're going to people like, you know, houses and like, you know, arresting them for like, you know, making tweets or whatever. So I thought like, you know, there was like, you know, something to
Oh
do with
my
that.
God,
But
Sangha, can you stop saying the word like, you know, so many times? I literally have to tell my daughter, who's
I'm
14 years old.
sorry, I already
No,
said
let me
like I'm
tell you, let me
terrible at
finish.
this.
Listen, I literally have to tell my daughter, do not keep using the word like, right? And you're a guy. Blood, what you doing?
Solomon, I speak English as a second language.
All right, don't use
It's
the word like so much, bro. Trust me. It sounds like you're 12.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you.
All right, now you still made me feel bad. Okay, go ahead, continue.
Don't be
But yeah,
mean,
that,
My
Suleiman. Don't be
daughter's like,
mean.
honestly,
I
my
put up with
daughter's
your meanness.
my daughter's like, oh, you know, Dad, you know, this happened like, and I'm like, can you stop? If you use the word like one more time,
here,
you know what?
I tolerate you being mean, Suleiman, but don't do
can,
it to our panelists. Like, you know what I
I
mean?
will,
Like,
I will do it to the panelists. It's
Beatrix,
I
can
need
I
to
try
educate them. I need
saying
to
my
develop
statement
them.
without saying like
Go
one more
ahead.
go for it.
time?
Go for it.
So I thought this is all has to do with, people in UK not being able to talk about like, politics as freely as people are in America.
Great. See how well you sound now. You sound so much educated, so much more better educated. You articulated your words much better, and I'm like, wow, this guy made a very good point. Well done, Sangha, and I agree with you. But this is what happens when Beatrix and Hoz's people, when Parliament's in London, then these are the things that happen, unfortunately. Let's go to Ashkan. Ashkan, jump in.
Hey, hi guys. I just wanted to ask Cyrus, when he was talking about American supremacy, I don't think you meant supremacy. I think the word you were looking for was primacy. Am I right?
No, primacy and supremacy is different. I mean, primacy means when you're the only one. I think we can live in harmony with the other great powers. So now I'm against American primacy, and I think our sense of entitlement to primacy and to American exceptionalism has led us down this path. So I think that's exactly the misguided strategy that
But
we've been really.
supremacy is even worse.
It's not, I mean, supremacy means that we are, to me at least, it means we're one of the, in our domain, right, which is the Western Hemisphere, we reign supreme. That's that. I want us to maintain our status as a superpower because we reap benefits from it. That's a selfish thing, and I admit to it. And if you guys hate me for it, so be it.
No, I don't
So
know.
can I just break that down? Well, Ashkan, 1 second. When you say
Go ahead.
you reign supreme, what does that mean, and what benefits do you reap from it?
Yeah, so, well, before we hollowed out our economy, so up until the 90s, early 2000s, we had a smart, financial, behavior. We didn't just print money. This is a new thing that the banking cartels have essentially brought upon us to bankrupt the American public. We're paying for it. Before that, we reaped the benefits of setting up global institutions like the IMF, like the United Nations. We shaped the Western world and
The
our image.
IMF was used to
I know, I
bankrupt
get it, I get it. I know their
countries.
behavior. I get it, but
Right.
I'm not saying it was
So
used.
then is that your supremacy you're talking about?
So we didn't. I'm not saying that it was used benevolently, right? But it benefits the superpower. It's just how it works. Great powers are ruthless. It's not unique to the United States. The Great British Empire did a lot of stuff too, from the Chinese, opium
I'm
wars.
against all of that. I'm
Me
against all
too.
of that.
I'm
What
I'm
I'm
against it
saying
too.
is,
I mean,
I'm against it too, Beatrix. Don't make me out to be some
no,
colonialist,
but in your
imperialist. I'm not.
world, no, but I'm asking you genuinely, forget about the history, forget about IMF, because we agree on what it did. Going
Right.
forward, if America was going to be supreme and it was going to get benefits from that supremacy, in what way? What does that look like?
What that looks like is not making it worse than it already is. For me to see America maintain at least whatever relationships it has with our EU partners, which I'm sure they're really disappointed in us, to put it mildly, right? So we've done so much damage to our alliances. I want to see us maintain our alliances in Asia and in Europe. That's it. I just want things to stay the same and us not to be savage. That's it.
I've got some bad news for you, mate. It's not going to stay the same anymore. Not
I
in
agree.
any way,
I
shape,
think
or
I think it's
form.
looking likely. I agree. I think it's looking
Yeah.
very likely
So-
that it's deteriorating and we're not changing our behavior. Unfortunately, that it seems like that.
And not it's
So
not
for
only
me,
that, it's wrong what they're doing. What they've been doing for the last, I don't know how many decades, is absolutely
right.
abominable. It's not
Abominable
right.
on a human level, on a humanity level, on a tactical level, strategic level. It's hurt everybody, including America. 100%. I know,
If I
man.
could just jump in on this real quick, only because I'm going to be called away. And I just wanted to say, because I've actually thought about the question that you just asked, Beatrix, although I'm not sure it's probably too late to do this, right? Take Cuba, for example, right? So clearly America wants to dominate Cuba. And instead of, trying to work with Cuba, maybe leverage Cuba with money and infrastructure, that kind of way, which maybe sounds like bribery. It probably doesn't sound too good. Instead, we put a boot on Cuba's neck and sanction them to high heavens and stuff like that. So then what does that do? That automatically makes people want to resist you because the punishment that you're giving them, they don't want anything to do with you. So my thing is, and my parents are from Haiti. I've gone to Haiti. I've seen how Haiti is. But I noticed that there were like a lot of Chinese people starting to come to Haiti, but I think they're gone now because America will not allow for Haiti to get any kind of rise in any fashion, right? But if China and Russia see they'll see like a country like Haiti, and they'll say, and I don't know how it goes exactly, but they'll say, here's some gas, here's some concrete, here's some stuff, build some roads. By the way, we want to put our weapons here. And, we might need some resources or something. I'm sure there's some sort of contract. And when you talk to people in that way, and you are taking advantage of the fact that they're not, doing so well right now, whatever, but you're still investing. People are going to be a lot quicker to say yes. And then I don't know, maybe down the line, I'm not trying to make these countries sound perfect, but the point of we're going to sanction you to the point where you have no energies and the hospitals are shut down. The babies are dying because of this now. And, now because they're talking about Marco Rubio's getting ready to go look into Cuba. They're looking at this Cuba thing to go take over Cuba. Like, why like this? No, I think it's disgusting. It makes people hate you. And then it makes people in the future want to pull away from you. And if you think that that's not going to backfire, we see it backfiring now. We don't even have the logistics to control all of this, to keep this all up. And so that's why we're seeing the deterioration, which I'm for it. I'm sorry, I am, because it can't be like this. Like, people are sovereign. You cannot destroy people's lives to say that you're going to control them. I'm not into that. So that's my point.
Great point, Casey. Great point. That's the supremacy that benefits America. So you have an option on the table. You look at, your neighbor, Cuba. They're struggling, and let's just ignore the fact that they're struggling because of decades of American sanctions and all of that, right? And it's not just sanctions; it's secondary sanctions. So if any bank across the world chooses to do business with Cuba, that bank is going to be fined hundreds of millions of dollars. There's a bank in France, actually, that did get fined and does sometimes get fined because, and I'm talking hundreds of millions, because it allows transactions to Cuba. So it's not just, we as a country, America, are going to put sanctions on you. No. We are playing the mafia of the world. We are the dons of the world. We're the bullies of the world. This is the supremacy that I think Cyrus is talking about, the benefits it reaps. And we're going to stop anybody in the world doing business with you because you do not teach your children what we want you to teach them. We want you to teach them our history the way we want it taught. And Cuba's like, you know what? Middle finger up to you, birdie to you, because we teach our children the truth. We teach them about what happened in Cuba, the revolution that happened. We teach them about American, Western, British empires, the crimes they committed, the foreign policy they really had. We don't make Churchill out to be some glorified hero because he wasn't. You're right, he was a war criminal, let's face it. And I'm a British person saying it. I was taught that, Churchill was this great. Every time there's a big protest in London, the first thing they do is go and deface Churchill's statue outside Parliament. That's the first thing that protesters do, is go spray twat on his head or something. And it's so funny because the politicians cry the next day and say, now this has to be, now we're going to have to spend money to get this. And I'm like, yeah, well, good on them. So, this is the history we're taught, and Cuba refuses to do that. It teaches their students the truth, and they want to westernize, quote unquote, liberalize, quote unquote, bring democracy, quote unquote, to Cuba. Cuba resists that. Cuba wants to maintain what it's got. And so we put global sanctions on Cuba, but let's all forget about that now, right? Let's just park that. We have a neighbor, Cuba, struggling in every sense. You're right, Casey. Hospitals have no energy. They've had no fuel, no energy. This is going over the last couple of months. They've had to switch off incubators. Children are dying. Children have died as a result of that. What does a nation like America have on the table? It has a choice. It can go and say, okay, do you know what? Let's do some trade deals with you. That way we'll get something back. Cyrus will get benefits and we'll give you something back to help you. This is how a nation builds a good reputation. What does America do? It does what it's done to Venezuela. Nah, we're going to walk in, we're going to take Cuba, we're going to take your oil, we're going to take everything because we are supreme and we have that supremacy across the world and we've got the military power and we can do this. And then Casey goes onto a space and people have a go at her saying, why do they say death to America, Casey? Why do they hate America so much? Well, I think the answer's there. Proof is in the pudding, as they say in England. Is that what you want, Cyrus?
We
I
don't
don't.
hate
But I just
America,
want to
by the
add that
way.
Deutsche
We
Bank
don't.
got fined 2 billion for dealing with Iran. And to add to that, Beatrix, I've always spoken um, very loudly about the toll of sanctions, and it's the hidden war that is collective punishment. It really punishes the most needy, the folks that can't afford medicine, the folks really at the bottom of society that are working hard and they're barely making ends meet. Part of my big effort, I was working on bringing infant formula, the ones that are the ones that are for infants that have developmental issues at a young age. Only a few companies make it. So I worked very hard for 2 years to obtain this for the Iranian Red Crescent Society, so they can go give it as charity, right? And the Treasury Department allowed us. The companies were too scared to sell it to us. I had a license from the U.S. Treasury Department and OFAC to do that. I worked months on that. The companies were like, yeah, it's a bit sensitive. I'm like, hey, we're trying to save lives here. There's infants dying. So Beatrice, I've touched that closely. So don't mistake my wish for the U.S. to remain powerful with me, condoning any type of savage behavior that we've inflicted. I mean, I've spoken very loudly that
But
the
that's
U.S.
how the
is.
power is, Cyrus. When you talk about power, it's military might, right? That
Mhm.
gives them that power where they do sanction countries, where they do invade countries, where they do loot, rape, and pillage countries. That's what supremacy looks like. That's what power looks like.
But they
That's
don't
it.
have to do that. China's not doing that. They can start doing that to their neighbors. They're not doing it. So they don't have to do that. That's the whole thing. We're misguided and we're being run by folks that have no real values. The elite, they are potentially, it looks like a lot of them are demonic. So they literally worship Satan. So I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
I just don't know why you would use that word. I mean, American supremacy. I mean, I tried to give you an out. I said,
No, I mean, I explained myself. You said primacy, which is one level above
supremacy, but
supremacy.
no, dude, supremacy is like, dude, the Nazis talked about supremacy. The Israelis talk about supremacy. Why do you want to talk about American
But
supremacy?
we have that. You realize that, right? We right now we are
No, we
squandering
have
it.
white supremacy in
I
America.
mean, that's your take on it, but on a global, that's internal, right? That's a different subject. I'm talking externally. The Western Hemisphere controls the global North, as they put it, right? We hold probably 60% of the weight. It used to be like 80%. China's now moved in. It's about 60-40. It'll soon be 50-50, right? So that all those dynamics are happening. I prefer to be on the Western Hemisphere, and this is what I vibe with, and I want us to not act savagely. And I think that's a fair
Yeah,
point to
but
have.
I mean, talking about supremacy, it just makes no really doesn't make sense.
I'll use
It's like
hegemony. I'll use
what?
hegemony. That's another hegemony is probably a better word, But it's we're the hegemon of the Western Hemisphere. That's a reality you have to grasp with,
Well,
whether
we
you
were
like it
the
or not.
hegemon of the entire world. Now the Western Hemisphere, if you want to say that, but we're still trying to uh, poke our nose all the way in Iran and the Persian Gulf and all this.
All bad ideas. I
So
mean, we agree that all these are misguided policies. I don't know why you guys attack me when we agree on all those points. I mean, I'm not saying we're behaving properly or we've killed tens of millions of people. I don't know how else to put it for you. It is criminal and it's a stain we're not going to be able to wash for hundreds of years. It's super, super terrible. I mean, I'm trying to
yeah,
change it.
yeah, well, okay. Um, it's just we're not going to get there. We're not going to get there with this state of mind of having 800, 800 military bases all over the place, spending all this money. Now he wants to spend 1.5 trillion on the military, and the way you're talking is like you approve of all that.
I don't. I think it's ridiculous. I think we're way overbloated. We have way too many bases. We have 800. We should dial it back by probably 60% at the least, right? And only to vital areas. The Middle East is not where we need to be at. I mean, we agree on more than you think. You know, it's just my, you know, pride in my country, not our behavior, my constitution, my land, right? I'm trying to change it. I'm embarrassed by the way my government's been behaving. I'm not okay with it. And I speak out about it. So I don't know why you're so sensitive to that. You know, I want to make my country better, and I don't want us to lose power and become weak and poor. I mean, that's a fair position. You know, I also
No,
don't want us
I
to.
just, you know, because I'm American too, but and I don't like hearing the word American supremacy. It's just,
Okay, so we'll
what
stop at
you
hegemony.
use
I
that.
won't say. Okay, so you said it 4 times. I'll use hegemony since you know, it ruins your day. I won't say it.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. All right.
So I want to ask. I think Hos was going to jump in earlier. I want to see what Hos has got to say, and then I want to check the news quickly. Then I want to address that China point that you made, Cyrus. Hos, were you going to say something?
No, my darling, I'm fine. I'm good. I've heard the boys speak, and I just don't think that America can carry on the way it has. And I really, as I've said before in this same space tonight, I just hope that the American people end up getting the power that they deserve, and they break the shackles of the Israeli overlords that they've got. And it's going to be the only way that America can save its soul, because its soul at the moment has been degraded by being part of this. Much as I, as a British Iranian, I'm very upset about what's happened to Iran. I'm very upset about what's happened to Palestine. I feel impotent in not being able to do on a personal level any more than I already can. And I know there's many Americans that are in exactly the same shoes as I am, who feel completely impotent in the sense that this is such an overwhelming level of power that they've got over everything. But every great empire, no matter how powerful it was, in the end was taken down. There is no empire that has survived throughout the history of time and carried on from day dot till now. Things come and things go. And hopefully, when America goes, I don't want America to be destroyed because, as I said, the majority of the American people are good people. The problem they've got is that they have been subordinated into doing things that they really don't want to do. Because, you know, in fact, most of humanity are like that. Most human beings don't like to see evil being done to other people. We don't enjoy that. It's not something that we take pleasure in. And, you know, because we're not demonic, but certain people are demonic, and those people have got the levers of power in the United States, in Europe, and everywhere else. They need to be cast out and down out of those places of power. And then we need reasonable human beings that have got what I call emotional IQ, and that they've got as part of their, you know, the first things that they should have is empathy. Empathy is such an important, powerful thing that people should realize and use, and turn around and put yourself in the shoes of the other person. And, you know, politics should be more about that rather than how am I best serving American corporations? How am I helping someone else become rich at the expense of everyone else in society? You know, I don't think, anyway, I don't want to get into capitalism with you all as well and get you all stressed out. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, good point, Hos, actually, because all that supremacy and power, all it does is make the big tech companies that you mentioned earlier, Cyrus, the oil companies, the military industrial complex, it makes them billions every year, and it still keeps the people impoverished. If you look at the UK, like 20 years ago, I was reading this the other day, that somebody working in a retail store or as a nurse or a teacher on their salary could afford to buy a house. House prices have gone up. I don't know how many hundreds and hundreds of percent since then. Their salary's gone up minuscule compared to that. They can't afford to buy a house. Teachers in this country, nurses in this country cannot afford to get on the housing ladder. It's disgraceful, to be honest. And the big corporations still make their money. They don't act for the people. They act for the big corporations. That's capitalism. But listen. Whilst we were talking about it, this came up on my news feed just now. Al Jazeera, swear to God, they tweeted this out 15 minutes ago, and it's very timely because we're kind of talking about this. So the Zambian government, Zambia. The Zambian government has suspended negotiations with America on multi-billion-dollar deals, plural, for health services and minerals due to Washington's unacceptable terms and demands for preferential treatment. And this is what the Zambian foreign minister has said. America's demanding too much and demanding preferential treatment, and therefore they have suspended multi-billion-dollar deals for health services and minerals. Literally what we were talking about in terms of Cuba. Now, America could have had that deal. Do you know what I mean? But now Zambia's calling them out, saying, well, listen, you're demanding too much. We're supposed to be doing this on an equal footing, and it's not acceptable. Now, Cyrus, as well, when you talk about China, and you say, well, China doesn't do this, and therefore we don't have to. China's got like the world's largest manufacturing base, right? Low cost production at scale across many industries. America does not have that. The UK doesn't have that. We shut down manufacturing probably decades ago now. China's infrastructure projects across the world are faster and done cheaply due to centralized planning. We don't do infrastructure building. We do bombing and destroying. We, as in collectively our countries, we don't do infrastructure building. After we've bombed and destroyed, China goes in and says, listen, we can help you build this and blah, blah, blah. And they do trade with those countries. The global supply chains, China controls key segments of that, especially when it comes to like rare earth and stuff and batteries and solar components, which is why we're going to feel the pinch after this war or this kind of whatever military exercise is done by America and Trump to fill his pockets. I've been to China before, and their like population and their labor pool is massive. We've got a massive domestic market. We don't have that anymore. You know, we, like in the UK, if all our migrants left, right, we'd actually crumble. And if you took out all the migrants and all the Mexicans and all the people that Trump beats up on in America and all the colored people that the white supremacists beat up on because they want to keep America white only, America would crumble because you just wouldn't have the labor force. There's loads of things like China dominates like production capacity in green energy technologies. We don't do that. China expanded its global trade and influence. We like the Belt and Road Initiative, for example. We don't have any of that. So China's got massive purchasing power. It's got huge GDP. All of these things. Our countries are bankrupt. Let's face it. We just print money and we manage inflation. That's all we do. So there's a big difference why, like, I don't know. I just think, I don't know what the other end of this is, but all I can tell you is the other side of this, we're going to pay a heavy price. The people in these countries are really going to suffer. In the West, they're really going to suffer. The Chinese people aren't, Cyrus.
You know, to your point, Beatrix, you know, when I was a young economics student, I wrote a thesis against globalism. And because I was worried about us gutting and hollowing out our industrial base. And I knew we're going to be beholden to China at some point. So, you know, it's a big problem. You know, this is a self-inflicted wound. We're printing money. You know, the banking segment, especially in the UK and in the US, printing money has become a business. I mean, everything you say is spot on. I've spoken against this for decades now. You know, different segments of it, and now it's all coming full circle, both from our military misadventures to our economic misadventures. I mean, it's a mess. We can all agree on that. I'm just slightly optimistic we can change our behavior. It's going to be a marathon. We're trying to get rid of these demonic forces out of our government. And, you know, truly, you and your folks like you are the only hope we got. The independent media is probably 80% of the hope I have that we're going to get rid of these folks. So just know the role I think you play, whether I'm right or wrong. So hats off to you. And again, you know, I stand behind my position on wishing the U.S. to remain strong, you know, but I vehemently disagree with the way we've been behaving since World War II and before that. You know, like you mentioned, the banana republics we've set on and all the other democracies we've toppled. I mean, it's outrageous behavior. There's a human toll. It cuts right through the humanity when you observe these hidden crimes, you know, because they don't put it on the mainstream media. You have to go really search documentaries in these obscure places to find the truth, and you guys condense it and present it where people can fact check these things. You know, these are hidden. You know, the victors write the history and the spoils go to the victors. So we've been acting savagely, undoubtedly. And I just hope that we can change our behavior. And you guys are my only hope, the independent media, the leaders of the truth movement. So hats off to you. Whether you like me or not, I like you.
Nah, we like you, Cyrus.
Wait, don't be nice to her, smash her.
Suleiman's itching for me to have a fight with somebody. I swear to God, he's itching for it today. It's not going to be with you, Cyrus. Don't worry. I was itching for a fight earlier myself, to be honest, but the guy left. He kind of just agreed in the end and left. You remember that one? What was it, live one or whatever his name was? He just kind of
Yeah,
went, "Oh yeah," and then left.
you're breathing the dragon breath.
Yeah, she is a dragon.
Yeah, she's our dragon, mate. That's fine for me. She's our dragon.
I won't leave till you beat me to a pulp. Then you can kick me out. I'll stand and try to argue with you guys. I'll never win. You guys are very good at debating, and all your points are salient. The funny thing is we agree on nearly everything. I just have a different, pair of spectacles I'm wearing, and with a bias. I know it's not a popular position because of our actions, and it's very easy to hate the United States. Let me put it that way. I see that
But
clearly.
we don't hate the United States. I think what it comes down to, Cyrus, is terminology. And I think when you use terminology like supremacy, power, and stuff, you're way off that, way off that. Number one problem, right? Number one is occupation. If you get rid of the Zionist occupation of America in your lifetime, that's going to be a massive achievement. That's the first thing, first and foremost. Once you've done that, then it's about rebuilding from internally. Like, look, some of these things. I'm not saying China's got a great foreign policy. I'm sure it's got a lot of blood on its hands. So it's not about looking at another country in terms of, oh, they don't do wars and therefore let's do something else. It's about what's good for the American people and how do we build? How do we get rid of this just money printing and answering and, like doing the Zionist model the way they wanted it done? How do we do it for ourselves? How do we build something for ourselves internally? What do we have to offer? How do we build our manufacturing bases back? Where do we go to from here? So it's about all of that, doing it for you.
I've got to ask you something. Have you seen me say anything bad about American people?
I've never known.
No, I'm sending Cyrus to say you guys don't like
No,
American.
not at all. I mean, I didn't mean the American people. I mean, I'm saying our, Western,
Okay, cool.
liberal hegemon.
Just so long
not
as
the
I'm not
American.
getting words put
No,
in my
not at all.
mouth.
Not at all. You guys are spot on. This place is so balanced. I've left places that are anti-American, and this place is not that place. You guys are truly neutral. I mean, and I'm always worried. I'm seeming like I'm, I have a leaning that's not in line with, with justice. Because I want to be just. So you guys are better people than I am, and you have a better heart. I'm a good person. I don't think I'm a bad person, but you guys are true humanists. Like I have a selfish bias. I want America to be stronger than China, and I want the Western world to be guided by a benevolent United States. I mean, I can't change that position.
Yeah, but it's not a benevolent United States.
It's not. It's the opposite.
Yeah,
It's the opposite.
exactly. So while it's that, don't keep saying the word the benevolent United States. There is nothing that's been benevolent that's come out of America.
No, it's been the opposite. We've been acting like demons.
Exactly. So what you're wishing for is actually for them to stop being
Exactly
what they are at the moment, and hopefully
Absolutely.
become something a bit better than it is at the moment. So
100%.
when I hear the word benevolent, it's not what I think of America.
No, I meant the future America. I said I want America to be benevolent. We're the opposite of that.
Absolutely. Okay, that's fine, mate.
No,
Absolutely.
I thought I was clear on that. We're the opposite of benevolent. No, not at all. No, Hussein, you said you're more articulate than I am, and you said it so beautifully and with such passion and with such kindness. I'm telling you, you guys are more on point than I am. I'm not here waving the flag of being the most benevolent. But I do think I'm on the side of justice, and I definitely want to get rid of the demons. So we share that in common, at least.
Absolutely, we do. Well said, sir.
Let's see what's going on in the news, apart from what the Zambian government has said. Let me have a look what's going on in the news. So this is the captain of a ship in the Strait of Hormuz says, no ship dares to cross the Strait of Hormuz unless it's declared safe. We received orders from our company office not to cross the Strait of Hormuz. No ships dare to cross Hormuz unless it is officially announced that passage is safe. No ship is trying to be a hero until it is announced. Currently, no one is crossing the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that's good news. We're all going to freaking die without fuel. So that's good. Thanks, Trump. And Trump's done his normal Iran could be blown off the face of the earth remark. Let's have a look what else is going on. The news is a bit dry. I don't think there's any bish bash bosh, guys. going on. There's a Saudi Arabia statement on Iran. His Royal Highness Crown Prince conducted a phone call with the UAE during which he expressed the kingdom's condemnation. Oh, I think Suleiman read this out. Strong denunciation of the unjustified. Oh, he said Iranian attacks. Oh, okay. And that targeted the sisterly, when you say brotherly, why would you call them a sister? United Arab Emirates, and affirmed the kingdom's stand alongside the UAE in defending its security and stability, whatever. Spirit Airlines that grounded itself the other day, they said in court papers, I'm guessing they might be filing for Chapter 11. So they said in court papers that they were forced to ground the fleet for good last weekend, for good, because recent geopolitical events resulted in a massive and sustained increase in fuel prices. I think we're going to see more of this. I think for those of us who like traveling and like long haul traveling, I think it's going to become more and more expensive, to be honest. But it is the price we've got to pay. Let's see what else is going on. There's this hantavirus. Somebody mentioned it, actually. I think Musti or somebody mentioned it on our YouTube chat, and I did look it up earlier because I was ill over the last few weeks and I wanted to check if I frigging had the hantavirus, but I don't think I did. I might have done. I don't know. But there's a suspected outbreak, and people have died with it, and there's one critically ill patient. This is a new virus that's come out, hantavirus. I'm always very suspicious of the timing of these things. Trump says, I don't like war at all. 32% of Americans disapprove of the US war in Iran. And so they asked him about that. And he says, I don't like war at all. What else? Iran's foreign minister, I think Suleiman read this out earlier, said there is no military solution to a political crisis, and says Trump's Project Freedom is Project Deadlock. This is so funny. Project Freedom and Project Deadlock, and that was the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi who said this. He made a full statement on it, actually. He done a whole tweet on it, which is out there. We're now seeing videos of the White House, the inside of the White House cordoned off. The White House, where they do the press conference, that room, there's all the journalists are just there waiting, and it was cordoned off because of a shooting nearby. And I think it's still cordoned off. So, this is interesting. I didn't see this earlier today, and this is today, and I think it's following on from what happened previously. The UAE confirmed that it's discussing a currency swap line with the US. I guess it's between the Chinese yuan and the dollar, framing it as part of entry into an elite group of US allies as fresh Iranian airstrikes hit the country. So elite group of US allies. I don't think that brings anybody any luck these days to be a US ally. It's just a kiss of death, isn't it? Let's see what else is going on. I think that's it in terms of the news. Oh, that guy, I think Suleiman spoke about that on his interview earlier. Israeli Minister Smotrich is disgusting. You know, this is the guy whose son was wounded in Lebanon 2 or 3 months ago, but he survived. And he says, my son wants me to leave some Lebanon for him to destroy later. I told him, don't worry, there will be enough for everyone. How disgusting is that? Those are the people funded by America and the UK. We also kind of give them a lot of military support, saying that so brazenly. So let me ask Suleiman if he's got any news. Suleiman, back to you.
I need to go as well. Just wanted to say good night. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys this evening. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless, and have a great start of next week. We've been on a bank holiday in London or in the UK. Good night,
And
everybody.
London.
Take
Thanks,
London,
Hoz.
obviously, London. Bloody Northerners. See you later. Bye.
Good night, Hoz.
Bye.
Good.
Did we lose Beatrix?
So, guys, I leave the space for 30 seconds. And what happens? I hope you guys can hear, though. I don't know what's going on. Ashkan, you're on speaker, bro. Why weren't you talking? Blood. What is going on? Is the space crashed or is it working? I need to find out if it's working or not, to be honest. But anyway, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space. It's not there's no audio chat. It's that Beatrix decides to crash out. Cyrus crashes out. Everyone crashes out. No, Ashkan's just chilling in the panel, not even speaking.
Silent. We lost Beatrix. I think it might be functioning now.
Yeah. I think you and Beatrix got kicked out at the same time.
It was quite strange.
Yeah, our space has been attacked since we've been running this.
Oh my God, you know what happened? I said bye to Hawes, then I unmuted my mic and said, right. And then the next thing I knew, the app just shut down and kicked me out. But when I was trying to rejoin, I could see myself as co-host, but I wasn't there.
Me
I got
too.
kicked.
Same thing happened to me. I could see myself. It was super
A
weird.
blood can't even go on toilet for 30 seconds, bruvs.
I hope it's worth it.
It wasn't. I didn't even like. Anyway, let's not go down that road.
Don't rub
Beatrix,
salt
are you
into his
able to run
wounds.
this space for 30 seconds, please?
Don't rub salt into his wounds by saying, I hope you think it was worth it.
So Suleiman, since you've been on a roll, your predictions are usually pretty spot on. Starting with predicting the war starting to begin with, where do you see we're at now? So my theory of a frozen conflict still is not super out the door, depending on if Trump decides to continue to escalate. I'm 50-50 on it, whether he's going to go down that road and begin full scale hostilities again. What's your take on it, Suleiman?
He's probably gone back in the toilet, hasn't he?
Oh no.
You know what my take on this is, Cyrus, right?
Mm-hmm.
I actually am. I think Trump's being paid quite heavily, making himself bag doing this. I think China wants that Strait of Hormuz closed. I don't think China wants war, but I think China wants the Strait of Hormuz closed. Because obviously I think the oil companies do for sure want the Strait of Hormuz closed because it pushes the oil prices up, and we're gonna pay the difference. The people are. Do you know what I mean? The oil companies are gonna rake it in, and I think in that sense, Iran doesn't, I mean, as long as there's no warfare, as long as Iran isn't getting bombed, this is the status quo.
Yeah, that's a good take. I would just add the qualification that the U.S. producers and Russia, anyone who has big investments in the Middle East is definitely not happy right now. So the oil producers that are mostly geared towards the Canadian oil sands and the U.S. production capacities, and Russia, obviously, I think they're definitely super happy right now. With respect to China, they're going to get a lot of, they're going to feel a lot of the effects. So I'm not so sure. Although they don't get a whole bunch of their oil from Iran, they get a lot of it from the Middle East, from the Strait of Hormuz. I want to say 40%. Don't quote me on it. So I don't think China's rooting for it. That part I can't agree with you, but definitely the big winners are the globalists and these big oil producers. But China, I'm not so sure. Maybe you're right. I'm not discounting it totally, but maybe they have some angle I don't see. It's possible.
Well, it's about energy, isn't it? And like China's got all sorts of access to new energy. And remember, there's a whole focus on the fact that Trump's going to meet Xi Jinping, I think it's mid-May, and he can't be in the middle of a war when he does it. He already delayed the meeting once more. So if it wasn't China's influence, if China wasn't part of this at all, he wouldn't care. But he does care. Trump really does care. I see Matt's here as well. Matt, come up. See, I think it makes a difference.
No, for sure. I think the crisis in the Gulf is playing hugely heavily with the China meeting, undoubtedly. So it will be really interesting what's discussed there. So to your point, yeah, this is China's heavily involved. It will be affected, and ultimately, when the dust settles, if China has more access to energy and more energy security, certainly be a W for them. So yeah, it remains to be seen, but I think you're making good points, Beatrix. These are above my understanding. You know how the Chinese leaders think and how our politicians. I tend to think the Chinese have probably a more rational worldview. So whatever move they're making, it's probably very thought out and very calculated. That I'm sure of, whatever it is.
So Tana on YouTube has put, Trump is selling the oil that taxpayers paid for in reserves. He's making a killing on our oil for our survival so he can buy more battleships and make the military industrial complex happy. And that's what she says. Do you know what I think? I think that the world as we knew it, we're never going to go back to that. Every time I open anything on my phone, Cyrus, all I see is freaking adverts nonstop for solar panels, right? And they're selling them for thousands and thousands of pounds. And these I don't know what it is, some air heaters, these ugly boxes that you can put outside your house that uses air, recirculates air, natural air from outside to heat your home. Really ugly boxes. So I was looking at all of this thinking, why am I seeing all these adverts? Are we going to be put under some sort of a lockdown? And you see it happening now. You see it happening in the Far East and stuff where people are told to work from home. You know, we don't have as much oil. We don't have as much energy. You don't have to go that far from your home. It's what Dark talks about when he's on here about Agenda 2030. So we have 50, I don't know how familiar you are with 15-minute cities and everything. Have you followed that?
I have briefly. I know what they're trying to keep everything kind of in that bubble where it's pretty much a life curated. It's kind of like a very soulless, bland life. That's my take on it, anyway.
So we've got the first 15-minute city in England. It's in Oxford. And the way they sold it to the people of Oxford is they said, oh, isn't it gonna be great to have like your shopping, like your supermarket, your doctor, your school, your dentist, your pharmacy, all of that within a walking distance from you. And they were all like, yeah, that's going to be great. So they created a 15-minute city. And I think something like every household gets 100 passes. And they can use those 100 passes to leave that 15-minute zone 100 times in a year for now.
Sounds like 1984. Sounds like Orwellian. It sounds like an Orwellian novel that you're reading to me. Is this reality?
It's true. It's true. Go and have a look. Google it. Say Oxford 15-minute city. And then when they implemented it, the people of Oxford really revolted against it, but it was too late. It happened earlier this year, and that's what they want to do to the West. They're going to do it to America as well. And and it's a 15-minute city. And then what you do is you get a certain number of passes, and what they're going to do, the plan is, it's all going to be tokenized in the future. So if you're a good citizen, you can use your passes. If you're a bad citizen, if you criticize social media, because we've got digital ID coming out in the UK, and we've got facial recognition already. It's gone live. We've got all of this. When I was saying to you earlier about the surveillance state that we're going to live in, and our chickens are, I don't know, I was saying it to somebody else when I was saying our chickens are kind of come home to roost, we're going to be in surveillance state. This is what's going to happen. So then you can just see them taking your passes away. If you've been a bad citizen, you cannot leave your 15-minute zone. And then when we have digital currency, all your currency is going to be tokenized. If you've been a good citizen, you can use it outside your 15-minute zone. If you haven't, you can't. And you can't use it at fuel stations within your 15 minutes because they won't allow you to travel anywhere if you've been a bad citizen. That's what it's going to be like. And that's where we're going. So when I look at what's happening now, just to bring it back to the war, and this is why I was saying to you, with the Strait of Hormuz closed and fuel prices going up, we're not going to be relying on that oil as much. We're going to have these 15-minute cities. We're going to be restricted. We're not going to travel as much. You know, cars are not going to be of use to us because we can't get fuel anyway. We're going to have to walk everywhere. It's just going to be, we're going to be in these little, as you called it, bubbles. And I think this is all part of the plan. How do they make that happen? AI, obviously, the emergence of AI as well, people not working. Think about it. Elon constantly talks about universal benefits or high income. What does he call it? He calls it universal income. I don't know what it is. Suleiman will know when he's back. He'll tell us. But universal benefits. People will be at home and they'll get paid for doing nothing. They'll probably get paid a tiny amount of money just to survive. Because the jobs are going to be taken over anyway, and we're going to be locked in our 15-minute cities, and that's what's going down. Cyrus.
It's very alarming. I briefly read on it some months ago. I haven't followed it, but if it's already being rolled out, it's a dystopian reality that we're facing. We're truly in an Orwellian world, and with the advent of AI and this mass surveillance state. But I'll make the qualification that the UK is way further along that road, and our constitution, the way it's geared, it's much harder to have these kind of onslaughts. I mean, we watch the UK with fear and like with a dread. We're like, oh my God, can that happen to us next? That if you say anything against Israel, they're going to come knock on your door, and if you say something pro-Palestinian, you're going to be marked. It is happening in the private space here. You can lose your job. You know, if I wasn't, if I wasn't, self-reliant, I couldn't speak this freely. You know, I would probably be fired. You know, so these are real things, but we're not as bad off as the UK is, and I'm hoping that the mechanisms within our Constitution and our Supreme Court will be a bulwark against that onslaught from from these demonic forces. I mean, this is a dystopian reality that they're trying to zap every bit of life and liberty out of every citizen. I mean, this is the worst as it could get. So thanks for giving me the additional details, Beatrix. I'll be researching it more. It's very disconcerting.
It is. And do you know what? I hope you're right on this one, Cyrus, right? And I hope, Matt, I've seen you give a laughing emoji, but you're not fucking taking the mic. Come up. I hope you're right on this, Cyrus. Okay, I really do. But I don't think you are. I think this is when I say Trump has bought in and he's paid to do a job and deliver a job. He's got the voter base. I know there's good people. All the American people that come on here, a lot of them supported him and voted for him, but they're against what he's doing now. Not those people, but there are many people who are still supporting him. They don't care. As long as it's Trump, he can do whatever he wants and he can deliver whatever he wants. They literally idol worship Trump himself, right? Irrespective of policy. He's been brought in to do a job because he's got that supporter base that blindly supports him. And this is going to come across to the West. This is going to be the model that we live in the future. And I hope, for the sake of Americans, that you are right on this one. But
Beatrix,
I don't think
let me
you.
give you a little more hope. So hopefully you can be more hopeful. A lot of folks, the gears in the machine that run the government, it's a very bloated bureaucracy, right? A lot of them are flag loving, super constitutionalist folks like Andrew, right? There's a lot of Andrews in government and they know all the secrets, they know what's going on. A lot of them are super upset, but they stay the course, not only to take a paycheck, but more importantly, because they know they're the only hope. So there is a limit to the executive branch. We do have checks and balances. The Supreme Court is exactly what it says. It's supreme, right? And it is on the shoulders of those judges, right? So I have hope, and I hope by me saying this, you have a little more glimmer, and don't completely shut that door. Leave it ajar. Let that light still come through. I mean, I believe in our Constitution here, and our number one ally, our most special ally, is the UK. I can make a very strong case for that. So if we can break the chains, it's going to be good for the UK because you're just falling in line with the globalist demonic agenda, but you don't have the protections that we do, like that we have in our
Yeah, I
Constitution.
don't think, Cyrus. I really don't think. I mean, if your constitution, your First Amendment itself, people have got arrested. People have had their green cards taken off them for not complying. He's got these cages, huge cages built. ICE have shot people on the street for protesting. People have got arrested for speaking out against Israel. You've got BDS laws in so many countries. They will bring in whatever law they want to. I'm glad you're aware of it. And yes, people like you and Andrew and all the Americans that I speak to, they're very like smart, savvy, humanitarian people. They're like the majority of the people that I've ever known in my time in America as well. They're lovely people. Some of them are not aware of anything and therefore they believe what they believe. So for example, some of those people that think the Iran war is good for America, it's not because they're bad people. It's just because they're not on social media. They haven't talked to other people. They're hardworking people. They come home at the end of the night. They watch TV, Fox News, probably for half an hour and go to sleep. So that's all they know because of what they watch. But that doesn't mean they're bad people. If you sit them down and you went through it all with them, they are pro-humanitarians. I'm not talking about those people either. I'm talking about those that know what's happening, those that we come across on social media, and then yet they still support it because it's Iran and and all of this. And those are the people that will not stand up. And everybody has to stand up against this. I think it might even be too late for us, but
Absolutely.
you know what I mean? But Zina, I did go back and sorry, go ahead, Cyrus. You want to say something and then I'll
Yeah,
close.
I'll try and make it short, Beatrix. You're so spot on, and I just want to make a couple of give it a little higher resolution image. So there's that category, like you said, that they just don't know better, right? But if they were to take the time, they would quickly realize what's happening, right? But there's a large segment, mainly the Christian Zionists, especially the boomers, right? That they are willfully ignorant and they are turning a blind eye to massive crimes. And you can talk to them for, lecture them with videos, documents, have testimonials, bring victims, you know what I mean? They will not go for it, right? So part of that is an indoctrination of Christian Zionism, which that is a whole separate space required for that. So within that, and within that movement, just like the Israeli population got even more indoctrinated into this, ethno-supremacist, fascist worldview, right? And I can demonstrate that how from the 90s till now, how they've been even further radicalized and further indoctrinated. They did that to us too in the West, not only the United States, by way of Hollywood. And guess what movies are popular in the UK? It's Hollywood movies, right? So you guys are essentially, mirror image in many ways, right? Culturally. So, and same in the US. The only movies we watch that are foreign are British movies and British bands. So it's mutual, right? Um, we've been indoctrinated and there's been this inherent Islamophobia way before these wars, way before Iraq War One even, right? This has been going on since the late 70s from Hollywood movies, how they depict Muslims. And so it's a Zionist push to do that, right? This is not natural American culture, So they've made us, and that empathy that Hussein so wonderfully spoke about. I mean, he's so awesome. It's hard to be on a space with when folks like Hussein are on here. Like I'm just gonna not say anything. Like he's truly on the side of light and goodness. He's so on point. That empathy that he's talking about has been robbed of us, or at least has been systematically eroded by way of mainstream media, the way they depict the situations abroad and how other religions are portrayed, specifically the Middle East, specifically Islam. And this has been ongoing, and to get us to this point when these wars are going on, that we have, as Americans, we have little to no empathy for them. Be like, oh, well, they can't get along anyway. Oh, they've been killing each other anyway, which is none of that is true. For centuries, the Middle East has actually been way more peaceful than Europe. Despite the flashpoints, Europe has been slaughtering and fighting each other nonstop, so it's all these ludicrous cases that are historically inaccurate. It's systematic. It is social engineering, and now with the advent of AI, it is very dangerous. and what you're talking about, the 15-minute cities and all these things that are happening is very, very scary. And this is the time to make a stand. I mean, this is by far the most critical juncture of our lifetime and of the generations to come. And we just happen to be the generation that decides it. How lucky are we? Either we're going to let them win or we're going to lose. And the next several hundred years are going to be absolutely dystopian. And our the folks that precede us will are going to be not living in reality. They're going to be living in a bubble that is curated for them. They're not going to get these same emotions and enjoyments, the pleasures and joys, the pains, this whole vibrant spectrum that we feel as humans. They're not going to be able to feel that. They're going to be robots, and they're going to be ruled by AI, and they're going to be on a social credit system. You get a few points here. Hey, good job. You did this. I mean, that is a real thing. I mean, George Orwell was really ahead of its time. That was actually 1984 was one of the first books I read, probably at too young of an age. I grasped it, but it just seems so out there and so so ominous, because because it's so complacent. Because at the core of 1984 is complacency that we are led to slaughter, and we know it. So, Beatrix, to your point, I mean, you make some very deep philosophical points that are relevant and pertinent to our time,
Bro,
and you're spot on, man.
Cyrus.
What? Tell me.
Deep
Just because you
philosophical
said that makes
points,
sense.
bro. What? I go to
Basically,
the
Cyrus is
toilet for like 30 seconds. I come back and Cyrus is like, Beatrix is making deep philosophical points.
Dude, it's not my fault you're lactose intolerant, man.
Blood. Deep
I'm actually lactose intolerant, Cyrus, but like Cyrus, listen.
philosophical points. Bruv.
Bro, don't
What?
Yeah,
leave. We need you here. We need the counterweight.
Blood.
you wouldn't know
So
though, Suleiman, because you don't listen when chicks
have I
talk.
literally come into like some alternate universe? You seen the movies, right? Where the guy's walking along and then he knocks his head and he goes into some parallel universe. I'm going to some parallel universe where this chick called Beatrix is a deep philosophical thinker.
Yeah, it is.
It's
It's
the
true.
Twilight
You don't
Zone.
listen to chicks, so you wouldn't know.
Change the
It's the
title.
Twilight Zone.
Suleiman's Twilight Zone.
Bro, what the hell?
That
That's crazy.
Cyrus, that what I was talking about, and thank you to Siddharth and Chifu and Shay and Jalal, all of you guys and everybody else. So it's universal basic income, but Elon calls it universal high income. So Elon's done a lot of tweets about this. He calls it universal high income. It's going to be basic income for sitting at home. And 70 Gen X girl has put the 15-minute city, how walkability is gaining a foothold in Miami, San Francisco, and New York City are recognized as top US cities with the highest potential for 15-minute neighborhoods. So that's what they're calling it in America. 15-minute neighborhoods. That's what they're calling it. So yeah. But the tie into this, right? The other night, Zina, when you came up and waited, and we appreciate you, I did go back and listen to the end of that space, the recording, because I do that when I've missed the end of it. And you asked a question which is very kind of related to the conversation that Cyrus and I were having. And to sum up your question, Andrew was on here as well at the time, and Suleiman and Andrew were responding to you. You were asking that what if this war, and I'm summing it up before I give the mic to you, just to give people a background. You're asking what if this war has a greater plan about how it changes the world as we live in it today. So I'll pass the mic to you, Zina. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was a much better summation than I can give. Thank you. I originally requested because I got really triggered by what Cyrus was saying when he kept using the words hegemony and supremacy. And I know we've moved on the topic a bit, but we're still circling the issue, because when he made the point that when he was talking about the allyship between the UK and the US and how most of the foreign films we watch are only English, I think that really goes to the point of a very conceited, narrow worldview where we won't bother as Americans to watch a French film, a Spanish film, a German film, an Arabic film, because it's inconvenient. English is our, we've already got English in the bag. And the thing that got me really, and I'm feeling a little bit emotional, but so pardon me a little bit, but why should the US have hegemony? What gives us that right, that idea that we need to sit at the top of the heap with looking down on everyone below us? When I think about all of the things that have come about, especially magnified in the last few years, but they've been going on before, just in smaller quantities. And I'll use myself as an example. I worked in Hollywood in the film industry. I've spent the last 30 years of my life building my career. It took me 4 months to torpedo my entire career. I not only lost my job, but I've been blacklisted by all of the major studios. I can't get work anymore, not in my field anymore. I was out there and I said, okay, fine, I will take some time off and I'll put my energy into activism, and I spent more time going back and forth to the West Bank and doing things that were more important. But part of that was spending time with the students at the encampments. We had the night that they, ironically enough, the night that they raided the campus that I was on happened to be the anniversary of the Kent State Massacre. And I was there talking to the students, giving them a little bit of a lecture about how, tying the two events together and commemorating the anniversary. We look up and there was literally 35 different units of police descending down on the student encampments with batons and smoke gas and the whole bit. What is it that we're imparting to the rest of the world? Why do we think that we have this ultimate democracy that we need to gift the rest of the world with? And I was getting really, I know Cyrus, I've heard him speak before, and I think he's well-intentioned, and maybe he just said something that got under my skin a little bit, but it's really quite upsetting. And when we're talking about, when he started talking about these 15-minute cities and these 15-minute worlds, you go out to the supermarkets or any major parking lot out here, they have these huge surveillance cameras, not the little CCTV cameras that you see everywhere, these huge things. And they sound off these alarms. You are now being recorded. You are now being recorded. And they're everywhere you go. We have moved into this surveillance state. And this 15 minutes cities is an extension of that. And now with these global shortages, I went down to go fill my car up with gas yesterday. And it was $7.50 a gallon. And I know I'm in an area where it's a little bit more expensive, and I'm in California where it's significantly more expensive. But this is all feeding into one circular, I talked about the fish and about how the fish, after being steered left and right by the sharks or the whales or whatever it is that's chasing them, end up confused, discombobulated, and end up swimming right into the mouths of the fish. This is it. This is that moment where we are swimming directly into the mouths of the fish. I've toured one of these 15, convenience cities is what they called the one that I visited. And their selling point was, you'll never have to leave the community. We have our own schools, we have our own shopping centers, we have our own police and fire departments and health centers, and you never have to leave these 5 square blocks. But what is that? That goes into this whole conceit, this narcissism and this conceit of, my world is just what is in the immediate around me. And these are the very same people living in those communities, that kind of lifestyle, even if they're not in that community, they couldn't give a flip about what's happening on the other side of the world, and not recognizing that those same oppressive efforts are being put on them here at home. They just don't see it, and they're not recognizing it. And I'm glad Twitter glitched out and I didn't react right. I wasn't able to call up right away. I've calmed down, I think, a little bit.
Yeah.
But
Let me ask you a couple of questions, Ina. Yeah, and you don't have to answer the first one if it's difficult, but I wanted to just two questions on what you've said and then do continue. The first one is, you said you lost your job and you can't get a job in any of the studios, and then you talked about the West Bank and the student embankment, and I was wondering if it was because you spoke against the genocide that you lost your job. And the second question is, where was this 15-minute city or 15-minute whatever it is neighborhood that you went to? Where was that?
Well, yeah. So the first question, yeah, I had just done a radio interview talking about, I have family in Gaza as well as in the West Bank, and I was on a radio program giving an interview about, what was going on from my perspective here in the US watching it. And I got a phone call from the producer of the show I was working on saying I needed to tone down my public speaking. And then I went and spoke at the genocide conference in 2024 in Dearborn, Michigan. And then 2 weeks later, I got a certified letter with a check, basically, in a letter saying that I was terminated. So, I mean, they didn't explicitly say that was why I was fired, but it was pretty evident that was why I was fired. And then, I started getting phone calls from friends of mine that worked at other studios saying, what's going on? We have your name on a do not hire list. So it's pretty clear what this was all related to. And as far as the city, this was when I went to go tour, it was actually out in 2017 or 2018, and it was West Los Angeles, around Playa, I think it was Playa Vista, Playa del Rey, one of those areas over near LAX was where I had seen the cities. I've seen other ones similar to that come up, but that was the one I specifically toured.
Interesting, because you probably heard the conversation between Cyrus and I, where we were assuming that this is a concept that, they've started rolling out in the UK, but it's just a distant concept in America. But based on what you're saying, they've just packaged it differently, but it already exists in America, right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, the idea of ultimate convenience, you don't have to go anywhere, you don't have to drive anywhere. Well, no one's driving anywhere right now, nobody can afford gasoline. But the idea of being in a completely insulated community, the thing that went through my head was the book. I know they made it into a movie, the Stepford Wives, where all the women were running around in Lululemon, yoga, whatever, and everyone was holding on to their Starbucks cup, and everybody has this kind of blank look of nothingness, running around in their little place. And I mean, I thought it looked awful then. It sounds even worse now that we kind of see where all of this is going.
But you know that Hollywood is probably dead already. It is just twitching because when you look at media, and I've spent over 20 years in the commercial side of media, the reason why traditional media, we look at newspapers and whatnot, the reason why they're dying now, or they're already dead, is because the cost of producing media, as in news, having a YouTube channel, writing articles, whatnot, is the very, very cost efficient. It's very cheap, right? Historically, if you go back 25 years before the internet, or when the internet was, coming out, it was very expensive to have a newspaper, but then also have the distribution of that newspaper, right? You need to have deals, you need to have advertisers, which is why it was very concentrated, right? And then you got internet, and you got WordPress, and you got YouTube, and you got X, and you got all these platforms where a person with a really strong message could reach millions of people. One area that hasn't caught up yet is obviously the production of movies and TV shows, because you needed cameras, you needed actors, you needed grants, all this stuff, right? So it was concentrated into Hollywood. And then Hollywood was easily controlled by a few people, so you could push a certain narrative. If you look at generative AI right now, is so close that, you know, a person in their basement can produce a movie that looks like one of the most expensive Hollywood movies 5 years ago at a budget of, you know, $1,000, $5,000. So, you know, the movie industry is completely going to change. I don't think that Hollywood is ready for it. And, you know, the likes of Disney and all of those, they're not ready for what's going to come around this.
I mean, I think you're right, but I also think that's besides the point, because as of this moment in time, movies are still being made. They are still going into production. The mode of production, where it's happening, and how it's being distributed have all changed for sure, but those movies are still being made. And the fact that I got that kind of preemptive warning of, you know, you better tone down your public speaking, and then getting that termination notice, you know, immediately after the genocide conference wasn't a small coincidence, regardless of where the industry was going. I mean, I wouldn't be mentioning it if it was just a side effect of a changing economy or a changing, you know, distribution method or whatnot.
So what do you do? What do you do with movies? Like, what's your role?
I'm a production controller. So basically, it's two parts. First part is I write the budgets, but then I'm travel with the production and kind of make sure that the film is on budget as it's happening, reallocating the budget as it's happening. So it's basically moving money around, keeping things within budget.
So you could probably figure out a way to translate those skills, because yes, I totally empathize with where you're at, and you know, it's the end of the empire where, like, you spoke up about something that powerful people don't like, and therefore you got cancelled. And there's a reason why there's, you know, hundreds of movies about the Holocaust and no movies about Palestine, or every single movie is about the Nazis. Is, you know, the Nazis are the worst in the world and Churchill was the greatest. You know, it is a controlled narrative. So I totally empathize with you. And, like, you know, I work on the advertising side. It's the same thing there, right? Anybody speaks up against something that's not part of the narrative, you get thrown out. But, you know, but my point was that when you look at on the news media side, I don't know, Tucker Carlson, oh, he didn't do what Fox wanted, they fired him. But because of the ability to now, in a cost efficient way, still speaking your voice, is bigger than it ever was. Daily Wire fired Candace Owens. Guess what? She's fucking way bigger than the whole of the Daily Wire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the final frontier is the movie and television industry, because it was a very, very finance heavy part of media where you needed a lot of money to make it happen, therefore much easier to control. And I think the next evolution is that someone like you, connecting with other people that are creative and whatnot, can create movies and documentaries and television series that are outstanding and amazing. And because you don't need the budget to create it, and you don't need the traditional distribution network, right? Because, you know, go back to the 80s, you needed to distribute your movie in cinemas, and you needed to show
But
cinema
Obi,
companies.
can I stop you there? Because I feel like you've
Yeah.
gone into career advice for Zina mode, and I want to stay away from that. I
Oh,
want to
sorry. Yeah.
focus.
I
Yeah,
was
do you know what I
literally
mean?
thinking I'm in school. You remember you were in school and they were always giving you career advice. I'm like, bro, I don't want to be here. This is so flipping boring, bro. Like, what am I doing here? Like, I'm literally back there. I'm back in school and they're giving us career advice. And I want to get
Yeah,
out of there.
yeah.
I want to do my own thing. Why is this teacher telling me to do something? Why is this teacher telling
Okay.
me?
The point was
But
just
also,
like,
Obi,
I
I want
think.
to just address a couple of things you said. So, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, it is my opinion that they are controlled opposition. When Candace Owen did a space to talk about Zionism and stuff, she had some frigging Zionist guy on there, some lefty Zionist guy. I think he might have even been some rabbi on there. And she had only three people on a panel, and one of them was him. And she kept going back to him for his perspective. That to me was pure op. I mean, you can talk about Candace's dreams all day long. Nobody's bothered. Somebody like Tucker Carlson will never talk openly about, like in detail about October the 7th. He'd never have somebody like Suleiman on, ever. Because he's got a boundary and he will stick in that boundary. His dad was CIA. He was minted and loaded. It's not a fair, and he had a massive, massive fame, fortune, and a base. So people, everyday Americans, everyday British people who've lost their jobs because they've spoken out, especially in America. I mean, we've just spent a long time on this space talking about the First Amendment. And here's Zina, an American person, just because she happens to be Palestinian. But I do believe even if she wasn't Palestinian and she was actually just American with no other kind of heritage from anywhere, if she had done what she did, which was spoke up against a genocide and go and do some talks, she probably still would have lost a job. But I want to ask her, Zina, when your producer, whoever it was, called you up and said you need to pipe down your speech, what was your feeling? Were you shocked? And what did you respond to? And how did you feel about that?
I wasn't surprised. I was expecting to get some pushback or some criticism. My reaction to it was, it's too important not to. I heard your opinion. I acknowledge it. I'm not taking it. And that was kind of the end of the conversation. But I mean, I knew in the back of my head that there were repercussions coming. To me, those repercussions didn't match the consequence of staying silent. But it is a painful pill to swallow. I mean, like I said, I've spent over 30 years building a career that just, poof, not for my incompetence. I had a very specific specialty within that field. I did the huge, multi-$100 million movies that were international, and there's not very many people that were doing those. So, I worked very hard to get to that point, and to see that just evaporate was not easy. I would still make the same decision today, knowing what the end result would be, but not an easy one to swallow. No.
I can imagine. But what was their perspective when he was talking to you? Was his perspective, there is no genocide? Or was his perspective, we don't really care, just don't talk about it, just be blinded to it? Or was his perspective, well, as a result of October the 7th, they're justified? Did he go into any, what was their general perspective? Or was it just, you've got to be pro-Israel and that's it? Or you've got to be neutral and that's it?
I think personally that he was kind of like, you're going to get in trouble if you keep talking. It was kind of the warning, which I don't know where he stands. I did give him a lot of information about what was happening in Palestine. I had given him books and articles and had sent him a lot of information. So hopefully he had read some of it if he wasn't aware. But I honestly don't know. He didn't tell me that I needed to push an Israel agenda or an October 7th narrative. It was simply tone it down, zip it up. So.
And you know what, Zina? You worked in Hollywood. What you're telling me, you went to the student encampment, you did speeches. What you're telling me in terms of your experience has happened to so many people across our countries. Like Suleiman got cancelled in so many places. So many places. When he started speaking up, this is even before he was on Spaces. They went through everything with a fine-tooth comb, and they went to every regulator they could. He was doing a PhD. He had to put that on hold because he just knew that Zionists kept coming after him. And when they went through all the regulation, they found this tiniest little error, and they were like, oh, he did that. Now we can't have him running this or doing that. So they go after people. I'm going to share something. She's not here right now, and I'm hoping that, we'll tell her that I shared it. But that girl, Casey, who comes on our Spaces, Casey, she's a nurse, right? She had a job that she'd been in for a long, long, long time. She just started speaking on Spaces and on YouTube, doing streams about the genocide. And she's somebody who didn't really know a lot about Israel-Palestine before Spaces. When she started coming on Spaces, she started listening to our Spaces, she started coming up, she started asking questions, she started doing research. She was absolutely horrified. So then she started talking about it herself. And one day she was called in, and her employment was terminated. Her permanent contract as a nurse was completely terminated. They left her high and dry. And she supports herself, right? She had no income, zero, nada. So then she was doing what they call contracting, like when they call you in as just an interim or what do they call it, locum nurse or whatever. And she went to one of the nursing homes where they'd called her, and she couldn't actually swipe in and stuff. And then the manager just swiped her in, and then half an hour later they came and got her and said, oh no, the manager said, I don't know what's going on, but the IT department have just said that there's this thing flashing up saying we're not allowed to let you in, you're not allowed to be here. And that was a whole chain of nursing homes owned by the same owners, and they were Zionists, right? And she's just a nurse, she's just a freaking psychiatric nurse who's spoken on Spaces and done a few YouTubes, you know what I mean? And she's been blacklisted, and she does work, but she finds it really hard. And this thing of, oh, but we've got social media, so it's okay. No, just look at Suleiman's Spaces. They are under attack constantly. He doesn't have a blue tick. He doesn't get the reach anywhere near where he should. He goes on TikTok, does 2 videos, and he gets demonetized off there. He's demonetized off here. So they know that the average person is not going to spend hours a day still talking about something if they're not getting paid and they've got a family to support. Obviously, Suleiman still does. He still does it because it's important to him and the cause is important to him. But he shadow banned across the board. Buy me a coffee. He had his buy me a coffee. He said something about the human rights in India. The guy who owns Buy Me a Coffee is Indian and said, yeah, I'll take that away now. You ain't going to have an account on Buy Me a Coffee. Like that, just like that. I messaged him and said, I don't like what you said. I'm taking it away. That's the world we live in. So social media is doing exactly what media does. You know, it's horrendous what's happening.
But
I'm
it's still
very
working. It's still working, isn't it? Because yes, I do agree that obviously social media is still very concentrated, but it's still much more decentralized. So yes, the movement would have moved much faster if people weren't like Suleiman or like, I mean, take someone like Stu Peters, still big, right? Like it is still working. They're still trying their best to, like you said, demonetize people on certain platforms
Wait,
or
Bobby, don't put me in the same breath as Stu Peters. He like rug pilled the people on a crypto.
no,
No, but he rug
no,
people.
no. But
No, 1 second. He rug people on a crypto coin. I was offered a crypto coin. I could have made millions easily because the coin would have done well at that specific point. But it was to take advantage of people in Gaza, so I said no. So the point is like, don't compare, please. These people are making a lot of money.
no, no, no.
I keep saying no to a lot of these opportunities because of ethics.
Dude, I know, and like I said, I've been following
No, but
you, been on your space.
you mentioned him. It's not in the same category.
Yeah. No, no, you're not. You're not. Like, dude, I've been following you, been on your space for years. Like, you are in your own category. My point was like they try to demonetize people like you in different ways. It's not only demonetization; it's also throttling, right? It's because the algorithms are powerful, but we are still winning. That is the main point. That yes, you can be demonetized on a certain payment platform, you can be demonetized or dethrottled on certain social platforms, but because of the decentralized nature of the internet, our voices are still coming through. If this was 1987, like nobody would give a shit. Everyone would be like, yes, war with Iran is perfect. Gaza needs to be, it's not Israel's fault.
I think you're not being realistic here. You're on an anonymous profile. I'm on an anonymous profile. There's a reason for that. Because I know the consequences in real life if I came on here with my real profile. People like Suleiman who has turned down the coin. It was a Palestine coin, actually. He got it offered at the time, and they offered him a lot of money. And he said he did inquire into it, and he said, not only will I not take part in that. He was doing the biggest Palestine spaces. He said, but I will condemn it if anybody else does do that, because it's taking advantage of the Palestinians, right? and he turned it down. He wasn't paid on here at the time. He was still demonetized. The fact that he does this on his real name has massive consequences, not just for him in real life, but his family. Just 3 weeks ago, he got a threat saying, we know where your brother is, blah, 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 and everything else. So when you sit here and you say, oh, but it's working, we have this decentralized profile, we can get our voices out, at what cost, Obi? You're anonymous. And I'm not knocking you, because I'm anonymous myself for a reason. Right? So this isn't the way it should be. So yes, we can look at it with rose-tinted spectacles and think, oh, there is some positives there. I agree. I'm glad we've got spaces. Absolutely 100%. I'm glad we've got social media. I don't even watch the freaking news. I get my news from here. Totally agree with you when you say that. But this is not how it should be. There shouldn't be
No, and
consequences in your real life. Yeah.
I totally agree, and I bash myself not daily, but I've thought about it, and I'm like, why am I such a coward that, in the industry that I work, I can't speak up, but I'm a single dad. I've got to look after my son, and there's all this reason. So yes, I'm
No, I'm
not
good. I'm
saying.
glad you took the decision to stay anonymous. I'm not knocking you, because look, not everybody, you're a single dad, you've got to look after your family. Many people do it for various reasons. I don't knock it. I've done it myself, right? All I'm saying is that I do appreciate those people that do put everything on the line. I can't and I won't. But there are people, Suleiman has done it all the way through, Gary on here, you know what I mean? Cyrus, is that your real name?
Yeah,
Oh,
and I've gotten threats too. I've been doxxed. And I'm new to this, so I've been attacked multiple times, both privately and in these messages and stuff. So
yeah, and I respect it so much. Like Suleiman, I mean, I don't know you, Cyrus. I've heard you on Spaces recently, but Gary, Simon Dixon, people that speak up. I have so much respect for you guys, so much respect. But my point is that now we have a platform, even though they try to throttle us, it cannot be silenced. And just looking at the data in terms of polls and where people are standing, that was my point, that things are working, because if this was 20 years ago, you wouldn't have the support for Gaza. You wouldn't have the amount of people against Zionism and Israel. That's my point. But yes, I have incredible respect for the people that dox themselves, that take the risk. And I understand, like Solomon, he's a fucking smart dude. I've listened to him for years. You could have had a net worth 10x, 100x of what you have now if you just toed a line or if you did certain things. So I've got immense respect for that.
Yeah, but let's not go as far as calling him smart yet, Obi. You can have a lot of respect for him, but
and you guys don't have the luxury of having the Second Amendment. If I wasn't armed and trained, I wouldn't feel so safe. I'm like so I'm a hard target. So if I don't know how you guys do it in the UK, I would not live in a country without the right to bear arms. That's kind of I know I don't want to get into gun control debate with British people, but either way, I'm happy I got my guns.
it's the only
I mean, you
thing
do
about
know
being in
that
America that scares me.
Europeans are allowed to own guns. We
Yeah,
just have like.
not carry it around with high capacity magazines concealed.
No,
Just
this
to,
is true.
I was just gonna close the circle, and then I'll leave the space to let somebody else take it. But we've been talking about the constraints of speaking out and what the consequences of speaking out may be. Suleiman's an excellent example and an admirable one, and all of us have faced consequences in one form or another. But when the conversation was tilting towards, 1984 and these draconian measures and where we are now, and I know prior spaces had talked about the topic or the idea of social currency and how all of this is playing in. That was the first thing that popped in when you were talking about Casey trying to swipe her card. If you go to stores now, almost nobody takes cash anymore. Everything is a digital form of payment. And with all of this information, with these massive contracts that here in the US have been issued to companies like Palantir, and it's data collection at every point, like these cameras I was talking about in the parking lot, or I think it was during COVID days, but I went into a store and, it used to be you can pay with your credit card or tap your credit card, and then it was you can tap your phone for the Google Pay or Apple Pay, whatever your phone is. And now you can register your palm print and just pay with your palm. And having that much information with also these oppressive draconian measures on free speech, freedom of ideology, freedom of expression, it all is pointing to a very dark hole. And yes, I'm very grateful for the excellent work that's been done by people like Suleiman and Beatrix, who I don't think this space would be, without her counterbalance. But we're in a but we are in a microcosm. We are in a community of mostly people that are like-minded, but you go out into the world, you encounter a lot more people that are not in that same frame. And with all of these measures on social media, shutting it down, silencing creators, demonetizing them, botting them, all of these things, suppressing them so they're not showing up on your For You page or in the banner when you have the spaces, the thing that goes overhead, it keeps that microcosm a somewhat closed community. Like, I wonder where we, how all of this is tying together. Is this going to are we now really moving into the reality of social currency or social credit scores with all of these things that we're doing, activism and speaking out, affecting potentially our ability to function within this 15-minute world? And B, when Elon did his "you have freedom of speech but not freedom of reach" nonsense, there was something to it, in that you can speak in your pocket, but not at large. And there has to be something that breaks. And this is where I think is really the most troubling thing to think about. People are so bothered with their lives, all the chaos that's happening in their lives at the moment, whether it's being able to afford to go to the grocery store, fill up their car to get to their jobs, or do whatever, pay for tuition or healthcare, whatever it is, has putting in the extra effort to find these little pockets is harder and harder, and people have less and less energy for it.
Have you looked up central bank digital currencies? Because that is the end goal. CBDCs.
I couldn't remember the word for it, but yeah, that's what I was getting at.
So let me give you.
Yeah,
so I'm glad you mentioned that, Obi, because let me tell you how this is working and where it's going. Just I've not looked into it deeply. I'm not an expert. I just know from putting together little jigsaw pieces the way that I see where it's going from the UK. I think it's about 2023 or 2022 December, beginning of 2023. I was looking up CBDC, right? I was trying to just understand it, and never in my wildest dreams did I think that the UK was even going to consider it. So I'm putting in CBDC into Google, researching it, and whoosh, the UK government website has a public consultation And what they have to do, so if they do any like kind of major legal thing that goes through, one of the first tick boxes is we consulted the public on it. We didn't get any major objection. That's what they have to do. So the UK government website has a public consultation. This is the beginning of 2023. To consult the public, and I think I must have saw it in December, actually. So saw it around December 2022. We're consulting the public on central bank digital currency. So I'm thinking, okay, I need to understand how this works. So that I understand how it works, it's going to be tokenized. It's going to fit right in your 15-minute city model. They're going to stamp your token if you've been a good citizen. And this is where social media comes in. This is what I was trying to say to you, Obi, that it isn't as simple as it seems, right? Because this is Suleiman jokes about this being social credit score and stuff, because they're recording and taking note of everything we say, everything we post here, right here. Anyway, so I'm looking at CBDC and I'm thinking they've got a freaking public consultation. And I didn't stop thinking about it. But what I found interesting is Joe Public, the average person, is not going to be on the government website to realize they've got a public consultation. They didn't put one TV advert up. They didn't put one newspaper advert up. They didn't do one speech about it. Nobody put flyers in our letterbox. We get flyers all freaking day when it's their election, 3 times a day. They've got some local elections, and all I keep getting is the same junk mail about these stupid elections in my mailbox, like 3 times a day. I'm not joking. But there was nothing. So I thought, well, this is some weird public consultation that they've just put it on the website, and then that's it, and nobody can object anywhere. Like nobody even knows about it. The consultation was supposed to last until September. I think it was 10 months. So I must have seen it in December, and it was going to last until September 2023. Around May or June, I thought, let me go and have a look at this, right? And see if they've updated it. And do you know what? They've closed it. They brought it forward and said, because we've had no objection, they closed it in March as a successful public consultation, March 2022. It was also on the Bank of England, which is like our Fed, on the Bank of England's website saying, public consultation successful for CBDC, we recommend it. About 2 months ago when I looked, and I looked it up, they were supposed to put it into, float it as a bill before it became law in September this year, and they've parked it for now. And I don't know why. They're going to do it further down the line. I don't know why. I don't know why they've delayed it. Further down the line, it's probably going to fit in with something else. So it is definitely on our roadmap. Now, the second thing I wanted to talk to you about is, you'll remember this on here, on this X app, there was a period of a few weeks where there was this, I don't know what happened, but there was all these images of girls, like Grok dressed this girl up in a bikini. Grok undressed this girl, and Grok was doing all of these images of girls in bikinis, and then people were being disgusted by it. And what happened was Elon tagged somebody, or Elon tagged something, and Elon said, oh, it's not happening. And then what happened is basically people started tagging under Elon's post saying, yeah, it is happening. Here it is. There's loads of examples of girls in bikinis right here. Okay. And I said at the time on this space, I said, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I feel like Elon's like kind of in bed with the British government here on this, because I think Keir Starmer's starting to make noise about digital ID, and he's going to use that. And Keir Starmer was fighting with Elon openly on Twitter, right? They were fighting, like there were statements made from Keir Starmer about Elon's, whatever it was, lack of responsibility, and Elon was responding about how poor Keir Starmer was. And I said to Suleiman, I said, this is a play fight. And they're in this together, and they're going to use this freaking girls in bikinis to bring censorship. And do you know what happened within 2 or 3 weeks? Suleiman, have you got breaking news?
No. I'm just gonna once you're done, I need to wrap up.
Okay. So then literally within 2 or 3 weeks, Keir Starmer said, because of what happened on Twitter, those girls in bikinis, we need to protect our children. Suleiman, you've got a hot mic. There's a lot of disturbance. Thanks. We need to protect our girls, and so we're going to bring in digital ID for any social media use. You've got to prove your age, you've got to prove your ID.
Can I just give one quick comment before you wrap it up, Solomon? Because Beatrix touched on something really important.
Okay, just like 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds. Oh, okay, so freedom of speech is not, doesn't work if you don't have freedom of money, right? Because we touched on this, right? Because if you can get cancelled and your money can get taken away, you don't have freedom of speech, right? Because most people need to feed their families. And this is why CBDCs are dangerous, central bank digital currencies, right? Because it's programmable money, which means the government sees where you spend it. So take COVID for an example, where they're like, oh, we're going to give every American $2,000 COVID. If that was a CBDC, the government could be like, we also see where you spend it. So if you don't spend it in your 15-minute radius or on the
Yeah,
things that
I
we
agree with
want you
you.
to,
I agree with
yeah.
you, Obi. Great point. Great point. You can come tomorrow. We can continue this discussion tomorrow for sure. Guys, we are wrapping up the space. We're going to be back earlier tomorrow anyway. So have your notifications on. We'll be back tomorrow at midday, so 12 Eastern. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, 12 Eastern. Yeah, because I want to go through quite a bit before they do the interviews. We've got 3 huge interviews lined up tomorrow. We've got Scott Ritter, Larry Johnson, and third person that is likely Anthony Aguilar, but it could be Anthony Aguilar
Hang
or
on,
someone
haven't you
else.
got your debate with that Rabbi Shmuley tomorrow?
Oh, you rescheduled again for Wednesday now.
No way, the guy's wussing out.
It's fine, but I'm being accommodating because I want to get it done. I want to smash it. So anyway, yeah, so that's gonna be really good. So guys, we are wrapping up. We're gonna be back tomorrow, guys. We've been working on, the team's working on tomorrow. We're gonna be live on every single platform: TikTok, Instagram, Substack, I don't know what else, YouTube, Rumble, X. So it's gonna be fire. It's gonna be so fire. It's awesome. But oh, I forgot to put it in the YouTube comments. I thought I forgot something. But yeah, we are so I've been in a rush. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So it's the tweet in the nest. It's in the nest in front of us, and in the YouTube comments, I'm about to put it in there. It's the interview with Pepe Escobar. If you missed it, it's fire. And even if you didn't miss it, I'm gonna be chatting there. So come across there and have a chat. Have a chat with us. That would be awesome. But yeah, much love to you. Tomorrow we're gonna be back at 12 midday. As I said, we will be. Is the interview? Oh, what's better than hearing me myself? Is hearing twice. Interview is sorted. So sorry, yeah. So that's that. So everyone come across there. Pepe Escobar's interview. I feel like he's a wealth of knowledge. It's always worth listening to him twice as well. And it was a lot earlier in the day, so many people may have missed it who came on the space later. So I'll see you guys there. We're gonna be back tomorrow midday. Unless there's huge breaking news like today, bro. I was in bed. I'd only went to bed for like a couple of hours, and I get a knock like, "Listen, U.S. vessels been hit." I flip and jumped out of that bed so fast. So you need to be ready. But none of you guys had your notifications on. Did you have your notification? No, you didn't. Took a while for that space to build up. The Zio space was bigger. Well, actually, that was botted, so it looked bigger. But you know what I mean. Anyway, guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Much love, midday. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. And for sure, we'll see you next time.